And we're live. Hello and welcome to day 3 of hexconference.com, the 6th annual Hex Conference. I'm your host, Maddie Allen, and we've got a great show for you tonight. So many amazing speakers. This is the 3rd day of our conference, and that's out of 4 nights that we're doing here every January 6th through 9th. And so hit the like and subscribe button, share this out. We're going to get right into our speakers because we've got some amazing ones tonight. Yeah, you're in the right place. Welcome.
That's a Hex flex. Making money, yo, we going by the X's. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a Hex flex. Hey, that's a Hex flex. Making money, yo, we going by the X's. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a Hex flex. Hey, yo, we up next. Shut up with that scam mess, cause we up in Hex. They showed a lot of disrespect, now they can cut the check. They had a lot to say, well now they can't say nothing else. They had some gains, things changed, now it's nothing left. Hey, money went into some means, ended up and left. Hex is up and to the right, they up and to the left. Hey, looking.
Our first speaker, Crypto7, welcome.
Oh, yes. Welcome, Matty. Thank you very much for having me on the Hex Conference 2026.
Yeah, awesome. So excited to hear you speak. You're going to be doing a segment, and then there's going to be a clip of you and Johnny Chaos. So really looking forward to this, and I'll let you take it away.
Oh, yes. And I'm sure everyone's looking forward to the Johnny Chaos clip. It's 15 minutes of pure alpha from Johnny from a recent conversation we had. So if you've seen it, you'll enjoy seeing that again. And if you haven't seen it, then you're going to say, oh, yes, I'm so glad I'm seeing it. Warm welcome, everyone, to Hex Conference 2026. Let's do this, everyone. Let's do this. Smash the like. Subscribe to Matty. Put in a huge super chat if super chats are enabled. I'm not sure if they are. Yes, yes, yes. I'm very excited about 2026, and one of the reasons I'm excited to be talking to you at Hex Conference 2026 is it's no longer 2025, and that's a big deal because 2025 was a huge disappointment. It was like that Saturday night with your friends, and you really thought it was going to be fantastic. Everything was lined up, and it was a disaster, and that's kind of what 2025 was. You were expecting huge things, but it didn't pan out, and there became this cognitive dissonance, this gap, this not oasis, you know what I'm trying to say, boys and girls, between what you were expecting and what you got. And that's why it's so fantastic to be talking at Hex Conference 2026. And 2026 has been a fantastic year for crypto so far. It's been an absolutely fantastic year. We've been green pretty much every day, boys and girls, except for about one day. And we're still massively up on the week, and I think it's important to just share that because the slightest little correction or stalling, and you will get stalling as you go up, and that's all perfectly normal. So long as we form a new higher low, then things look very bullish to me. And yes. So let's just show this now if we can. It's not letting me. I've got it on there, but it's not letting me, boys and girls. So oh, that's fine. I was just going to show. Oh, it's up now. It's up. There you go. It's up. That's just crypto bubbles on the week. And, you know, the cryfags will tell you that we're crashing. The cryfags will tell you that we're going down and then down some more. But crypto bubbles doesn't lie. Men lie, women lie. Crypto bubbles usually doesn't lie. I don't think crypto bubbles lies. That's on the week. And as you can see, we've got big fat gains. We're going to talk about, because there's two big questions to answer if you're interested in investing in Hex and Pulse Chain. There's two big questions. The first question is crypto going to have a great 2026? And I think the answer is yes. And then is Hex and Pulse Chain going to do particularly well? And I think the answer is yes to that as well. And in this stream, I'm going to tell you why. So it's very, very exciting. But what you can see is that XCN has more than doubled in the last 7 days, rather. I think that's Jasmine. We've got IOTA there's done 25% in the last week. We can see PLS has done 15.3. There it is, guys. Let's move it a little bit to the center there. PLS is up 15.3. PLS is just shorthand for Hex. Hex is just shorthand for PLSX. PLSX is just shorthand for incentive token. They're all the same because they're bonded. There's deep liquidity pools between the 4 or 5 rather. And we've got ProveX coming now as well. I'm very excited about ProveX, and you should be excited about ProveX as well. Even if you're just in Hex, you should be excited about, or the 2 hexes, I should say, you should be excited about ProveX. And that looks very exciting. So we'll talk about that some more as well. But there you can see PLSX there hiding away at the top. There we go. Let's not put that in out over there. Let's put that in the center. Now, nobody puts baby in the corner, was it? I can't remember the Dirty Dancing quote. There's PLSX now, and Hex is up 16.3. You can see it there. So this is even after this correction that's got a lot of people worried and things. So 2026 has undoubtedly been a fantastic year. And within that, what we see is that if we look at Ethereum on the day, I think Ethereum is actually red today, fractionally red today, but Pulse Chain is up. So that's phenomenal. I'm just taking a look at that now. Yeah, Pulse Chain is up 5.92. Share this tab instead. I use this coin aggregator site because it's just easy and it tends to get it right. But 5.92 PLS is up, and as I say, that's shorthand for Hex, but Hex is up 5% as well. So it's all good. It's all good. But I thought that Hex conference, the crypto prices always went down. That's what the Cryfags told me. They said, "Oh no, the thing about Matty Orlin's Hex conferences is the prices always go down." Not this time. Not this time. It's up. Look, it's up on screen. It's very up. It's very up. That's what she said. It's all right for. Is it too early for that? I don't know. So that's great. And that's a bit different, isn't it? And there's a lot of things that are very, very different. But one of the best things, as I say, about talking to you guys and girls here today, smash the likes. Let's do this, everyone. There's a rumor that I fell asleep about half an hour ago and I'm just waking up. But that's one of the things that's different, and we can leave 2025 and the disappointment of 2025. There was so much expected, it could only disappoint. And conversely, there's so little expected from 2026. And that's exactly how you make life-changing gains in Richard Hart cryptos. The 2 hexes, PLS, PLSX, incentive token. We've got other things like most token. We've got PTGC. We've got PDI. We've got whatever you like, boys and girls. Take your pick. Lots of meme coins. We've got a prediction site now. We've got all sorts of juicy things. We've got Vault 369. Can't forget that. All sorts of juicy things on Hex and Pulse Chain. And we are leaving 2025, which is a very, very big deal. And I'm excited about that. I'm going into 2026 full of optimism. Full of optimism. Because fundamentally, going back to the 2 questions, let's answer them together now. Is crypto going to have a good 2026? Well, in answering that question, you've got to ask yourself, are we going to get money printing? Because the bottom line is when we get money printing, we get rich in crypto. So are we going to get money printing? We are. We're getting it already. We're getting it already. I think we had 8 billion printed today. 8 billion printed today. I've been trying to watch all the fabulous and good-looking, surprisingly good-looking and above-average looks and intelligence streamers at the Hex conference, and Cairo was talking about this, and he's very good on the macro. Make sure you subscribe to Cairo. Make sure you subscribe to everyone that dared to speak at the Hex conference. No, but I'm very, very excited. I waived my fee. Richard Hart said, Crypto 7, I'm going to give you 2 Ethereum to speak at the Hex conference. I said, no, sir, I'll do it for free. I'm very happy. I'm very excited. 25, yeah, that was a huge disappointment. And there were 2 things that really sort of cast our fate. And one was that the Clarity Act. People don't realize what a big deal that was to investors. And the problem was that by August last year, Polymarket had a 90% probability we were going to get the Clarity Act in a few months or something, in 2026 anyway. We didn't, of course, get it. And as the market realized we weren't going to get the Clarity Act, which had become baked in, and then the prices went down. And there's a fabulous chart on Polymarket where you can see the odds of a Clarity Act reducing exactly when the top of the crypto cycle was, and going down. The crypto prices were following it. So basically it was tracking it. And it was a very, very big reason why 2025 was such a huge disappointment. And that was one reason. And Yeah, so that was one of the reasons, certainly, that 2025 was such a disappointment. And the other reason was that people started to think, when we started the year with the ETFs, things were very, very good, but the market thought we were going to get a strategic reserve for Bitcoin, which obviously was as sexy as it sounds. You know, United States is going to buy Bitcoin, but then it turned out that the United States was not going to buy Bitcoin. So again, the idea that we were going to be buying Bitcoin, I say we because, you know, the USA is the reserve currency. Them's the rules, guys. Once we realized we weren't going to buy it, then that was a disappointment too. So there were two huge disappointments, and don't get me started on the tariffs as well. But, you know, and those were the reasons that the market pulled back a lot or didn't go up as much as we hoped, because we had these two things: the Clarity Act, which is a huge deal. What I say is that without the Clarity Act, most of the institutions have dipped their toe, but once we get the Clarity Act, then they dive into the deep end without life preservers. And so that's a very, very big deal. And the strategic reserve is a very big deal. But things are already looking very, very good on the 9th day of January. There's rumors that Trump is going to seize a load of Bitcoin from the Venezuelan president, and then all the Bitcoin he seizes, or the DOJ sees, or whoever, they're going to put into the strategic reserve. And so that's how they're going to build the strategic reserve without actually buying it, because politically it's unpalatable to say they're going to buy it. And because they're all about the dollar, they can't really be seen to be trading their dollar for Bitcoin. I get it. We all get it. But that's what's going on there. So that's why 25 was a disappointment. And why is 26 going to be so good? Because QT stopped on the 1st of December, which is equivalent already of about 60 billion saved, because we've not taken 60 billion out of the system. And we've had about 100 billion, I think. As I say, guys like Kara will talk to you about this as well. We've had 8 billion just in the last 24 hours. So we must have had about 100 billion by now. And so long as that continues, then we are going to get huge gains. I'm warming up now. Smash the likes, everyone. One of the things that you can see quite clearly is that crypto prices track the Federal Reserve balance sheet. And for the first time in a long time, the Federal Reserve balance sheet is going up. It's going up very steeply in a phallic way. It's a huge euphemism, the way that the Federal Reserve is balance sheet is suddenly starting to go up. And if you look back in prior cycles, including the last cycle, and this is what the bears like Ivan on Tech and Benjamin Cohen, take your pick, won't tell you, that in the prior bear markets, the Federal Reserve balance sheet was going down, so we were going down. But in this one, it's going up. In fact, the bears will tell you that any move by Hex and Pulse Chain or Ethereum, take your pick, Bitcoin, is a counter trend rally. But I would say counter to what? Not counter to the stock markets, which are in price discovery. So counter to what? Not counter to the macro policy with interest rates reducing, not just in America, but in pretty much every civilized Western world. Not counter to that. Not counter to the interest rate policy, not counter to the money printing. We've talked about the money printing already. Very, very big deal, the money printing. So what is it counter to, Ivan? I would say it would be counter to all these things if we don't go up. We had a huge auto deleveraging event on 10/10, but we're coming out of that now. Interestingly, it's 3 months tomorrow since the famous auto deleveraging event, which saw record liquidations, the biggest liquidations in crypto ever in history. The market makers have been licking their wounds, recouping their losses. They've been backing up and making sure that they have rebalanced and made sure that they have backed up their assets and things, and put stop losses, and all these things have taken time, and we're now coming out of that now. So I think that's hugely bullish. I don't see any reason not to be bullish about crypto. Fundamentally, I don't see any reason at all. So the first question we needed to answer today was, is 2026 going to be a good year for crypto? And I think we've pretty much answered that already. I think it's going to be fantastic, boys and girls. I think it's going to be fantastic. And particularly because, as I say, there's so little expectation, because you never get life-changing gains by being amongst the herd. This is something that Somi talks about. And by the way, I listened to him opening the conference, and I thought he was excellent. And it was excellent that he wanted to talk at the HEX conference. And yeah, and I think all the speakers, I've pretty much listened to all the speakers at the HEX conference, and some of them have been better looking. Shout out to Tam Tam, shout out to Hodpril, but I think they've all been fantastic. So I think that 2026 is going to be fabulous. And then for crypto, for the reasons we've explained, you see, when HEX launched in December 2019, who expected it to do really, really well? Absolutely nobody, pretty much nobody. I think about a group of about 50 people. One of them was Matty Olin. Shout out to him, and shout out to him for having the conviction to keep streaming and things and keep doing these things, because it takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do conferences. So massive congratulations to everyone who's been involved. And so nobody expected HEX on Ethereum to make people rich, and that's exactly why it made people rich. And in this cycle, this bull market just got, when Pulse Chain launched, everyone had huge expectations. And at the beginning of 2025, we all had huge expectations. It's the final year of the bull market, Crypto 7. Of course, we're all going to get rich. It's Q1 of the final year of the bull market, the post-halving year bull market, Crypto 7. Of course, we're all going to get rich. And definitely by Q4. And so it didn't work out that way because everyone expected it. It couldn't happen. It couldn't happen. Search your mind, gentlemen. Search your heart, ladies. You know I'm telling you the truth. I'm just looking at HEX on Pulse Chain up 6%, and it's fantastic to buck this recent trend where people have sold into a conference, which is quite a common thing, you know. It's a very common thing to see people do that. Let's we can take the Go Pulse background down now. So because yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much, guys, for that. If you can, way fantastic. We have the technology. That's brilliant. I really appreciate it. So we've answered the question, why is 2026 going to be good? It's because we have all the building blocks and nobody's expecting it to be good. And that's exactly why I'm so excited. And it's because 2025 is behind us. And that's why I'm so excited to be talking at the HEX conference. And you should be excited as well. Now, what about HEX and Pulse Chain specifically? Well, has it got a strong community? Yes, without a doubt. Here we are on the 6th conference for HEX. Has it got a proactive founder? Without a doubt. He's trying all sorts of things, and some of them will work and some of them won't. I believe it wasn't, they didn't invent the light bulb on the first attempt. I believe that they didn't build an operational flying machine at the first attempt as well. So he's trying lots of different things until something really works. And some things that he's invented will work at a later date. And I'm thinking about those lovely little tablets, and I really can't stand people knocking the tablets because the tablets are ahead of their time. The tablets are a lovely little marketing gift which will work when the prices are going up. You've probably heard me say before that if Richard Hart personally hand delivers a Tesla robot with a big Pulse Chain ribbon around it saying, here you are, here's a nice free of charge Tesla robot for you, I'll say, thank you very much, Richard. You're a lovely guy. Thank you, thank you. Of course, we'll check those prices of Pulse Chain and HEX and things. And if they're down, they're not buying. You give them any gift you like, hand delivered by Richard and 100 beautiful maidens, and they're still not going to buy. They'll take a look at the prices after you've left. They'll say, you never guess what? This nice guy came around. Don't think it was a dream, and he gave me a Tesla robot. And so I checked the prices. You're talking about this thing called Pulse Chain, but it's down, so I'm not buying that. Nobody's going to buy it. Doesn't matter what the gift is. Doesn't matter how big the tablet is. Even if it's got a magnet, guys, they're not going to buy it. You know I'm telling you the truth. Search your hearts. Search your minds. So is HEX and Pulse Chain going to do fantastically well? Well, I mean, like I say, and I'm going to, I think, just take a little look at it now. And let's take a look at how it's performing relative to other things. So Ethereum's down 1.54. We don't need to share this. I'm just going to quickly refer to the prices live because this is a live conference. HEX is down, Ethereum is down 1.56 right now, today. So logically, you'd expect Pulse Chain to be down at least that because it sits further along the risk curve. And of course it's not. Of course it's not. So I've got too many tabs open, but I think we were just looking at this one. So where is that now? Anyway, it's we just talked about it. It's up 6%, isn't it? So phenomenal. So very, very good. So something's happening, and it does feel like something's happening. You know, at the end of the day, for me, I'm about the fundamentals. Some people, they are all about the TA, and they don't care about anything else other than the TA. But I say, how can you dismiss things like the Americans seizing hundreds of millions of dollars worth or billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin from Venezuela or something? Or how can you dismiss us getting the Clarity Act when we know there's been surveys of big investors and they all say, well, it's going to take you from a 1%, 2% allocation into crypto to a 20%, 50% allocation. And it's the Clarity Act, otherwise known as a structuring marketing bill. And one of the things that the Clarity Act will clear up, pardon the pun, non-deliberate pun there, clear up, and is the manipulation. There's too much manipulation. They reckon that 1010 was a bit of manipulation potentially, or I don't think 1010 was manipulation, but I think that a lot of the price activity after 1010, when the market makers were recouping their losses and things, when they were licking their wounds, I think you remember all the times that crypto tried to recover only to go back down again. I think that was manipulation. And a lot of that will be stopped because the Clarity Act puts a stop to the manipulation. So that's very, very exciting. If you didn't know that, you know that now. The Hex and Pulse Chain look fantastic. We've got an active founder who has done 2 videos in the last month or so. And rumor has it, we might get him tomorrow. We might get him tomorrow either at the Hex conference or to mark the close of the ProveX sacrifice. If you're new to Hex and Pulse Chain, Richard Hart actually chose to open the latest IDO or sacrifice for his latest project on Hex birthday, which is a nice bit of symmetry and with that event. And he chose to close the ProveX sacrifice on the close of the Hex conference, which surely no coincidence. This is obviously timed to be symbolic, and he may well be speaking tomorrow, and I'm certainly not going to sleep on that, and I'm sure you're not going to sleep on that as well, but most people will sleep on it. Most people will sleep on Pulse Chain until it gets to the sacrifice price, and yes, that's a meaningless number now, but a lot of people remember. If you know, you know, the sacrifice price, which was the IDO price for Pulse Chain, was $301. And when we get back there, well, 2x a sacrifice, 302, and 2x a sacrifice for PLSX, which again was 302. When we get to those numbers, a lot of people in crypto will start noticing and start buying. When we get to the all-time high for PLS, which is 20 times higher than now, which is fabulous for the mass, because, you know, it's always nice when the mass is easy. So every dollar you put into PLS today should at least 20x, because it doesn't take a lot for a crypto to get back to a price it's already achieved before. Yeah. So PLS has already been 20 times higher than it is now. Them's the rules, guys. So getting back to 20 times higher, for instance, if Interpol dropped, or if anyway the market became more risk on, which it's going to do. And what's going to make the market more risk on? Well, there's 3 or 4 things right in front of us that's going to make the market more risk on very, very soon, everyone. And this is going to be hugely beneficial for crypto, but particularly the cryptos which are perceived as a bit more edgy, sitting a bit further along the risk curve. And of course, Hex and Pulse Chain is certainly fitting that character. Excuse me, fitting that category. Yes, it is. Have a little quick drink. How are we all doing? Smash likes, everyone. So there's several things which I say caused the pullback in the last 24 hours, but we've just shown that things are massively green on the week, including Pulse Chain, of course, and Hex. And really, you must zoom out. And I think 2026 is going to be fabulous, but there's going to be some volatility. And one of the things that obviously is causing some immediate volatility, and most immediately, is tomorrow we hear from the Supreme Court, apparently, about whether the tariffs are legal or illegal. Huge uncertainty. Not only is there huge uncertainty about what the Supreme Court is going to say about the tariffs tomorrow, but there's huge uncertainty about how the market will react to what the Supreme Court says about the tariffs tomorrow. Huge uncertainty with capital letters. Markets hate uncertainty. They hate uncertainty more than anything. And so we wait to see what the Supreme Court is going to say tomorrow and how the market will react to that. We're also waiting to see whether we get a US government shutdown in January. And we know from recent history that US government shutdown will absolutely clobber crypto. Them's the rules, guys. We know it. We've seen it. So it's going to happen immediately. If we get a US government shutdown, crypto will go a lot lower than it has been so far. Equally, if we don't get a US government shutdown, then I think we will go back to all-time highs quite quickly. It will make that much of a difference. And also, the Senate's supposed to be progressing the Clarity Act, and that's probably the biggest of the three. Because a US government shutdown will come and go, but the Clarity Act is permanent. If we can get the Clarity Act, it's going to create a tsunami of buying. Everyone says, oh, but they're all in. No, they've got their little toe in. Their little toe in, not even their big toe in. If you give them the Clarity Act, then you've got the regulatory certainty and that they need to be able to allocate man-sized giant Red Bull can investments. So if we get some positive news on the Clarity Act, I think we could be at all-time high very, very quickly. Equally, and what happened with the Clarity Act, and a lot of people don't understand that, and so I'll explain it to you now, but this is why if you're going into crypto in 2026, you need to understand all of the Wall Street stuff, all of the political, macroeconomic, geopolitical nonsense. If you don't want to understand that, then don't play in crypto, because it's far too, it's for the big boys now, and you've got to have a wider understanding. If you don't want to have a wider understanding, just don't be in crypto. Look, when I was in crypto in 2017, you could get in euphoria. Everyone's already frothy. Everyone's already excited. Everyone's already starting to party. You could get in and still make a 20, 30x. That was 2017. In 2021, you probably could have done the same. There are hundreds of X's in cryptos, and I firmly believe in Hex and Pulse Chain, but you have to allocate when nobody wants to. If you wait for euphoria, then you might make a 5x. Maybe you won't even make that. Or we've tended to find in more recent years that as soon as you get into extreme greed, the market corrects very, very quickly. I think the last time we were in extreme greed, we went out of it within 24 hours. Don't quote me, but that's my recollection. So we're still in neutral. We're in neutral. It's still a good time to buy. Once we get to greed, you probably should have done all your selling and you can just enjoy the ride. All your buying, rather, not selling. No selling. Stay away from the sell button. Don't listen to Crypto 7 when he talked about selling. Nobody clipped that. I don't want you to sell. Once we get into extreme greed, all your friends will be ringing you up, asking you how to get into Pulse Chain. And that's when you should be starting to sell. You won't want to. Nobody wants to sell when you're in extreme greed. That's like leaving a party early. But that's what you should start to do. But we're a long way from extreme greed, but it can happen quite quickly. We could be in extreme greed in a few weeks, and then you start selling a little bit. It could happen that quickly if we get some good news on the strategic reserve. If we get some good news on the Clarity Act. If we get some good news on the US government shutdown. So there's loads of things right in front of us which cause uncertainty and which are creating risk. And crypto reacts the best to reductions in risk, but the worst to increases in risk. It also reacts the best to increases in liquidity and money printing, and the worst to reductions in liquidity and money printing. And in that sense, it performs quite differently to gold and silver. But, I joke about silver. One of the reasons that silver did well in 2025 was because literally nobody expected it to. Some people will tell you they did, but they didn't. They're lying to you. A good year and the word silver, they never appeared in a sentence before together. Nobody expected it. But people will tell you they did, but they didn't. And that's one of the reasons why silver did so well, because it was totally dismissed. Look, maybe gold will do okay. People said, well, I don't think silver will. And yes, I understand the arguments for why silver might continue to go up a bit. It's used in solar power. It's used in Tomahawk missiles. It's used in AI a bit and stuff. I get the argument, but equally, as the price goes up, so it becomes more and more efficient to search it better and mine it better and invest in mining equipment. And at some point, people will sell it. So it's not going to go up very much. Bitcoin has gone up 6,000x. 6,000x, that's 6 million %. Is it? No, it's 600,000% since 2013. And silver's done about a 3x, not even a 3x. 3x gets you a steak dinner, a 600,000x gets you and your friends to Monaco. Yes. So I'm very, very excited about Hex and Pulse Chain, because if you look at it, has it got an active community? Yes, it has. Has it got a very active founder? Yes, definitely. And I like that he's making moves. It's leadership. He's making moves. Now, you might not like the moves he's making and therefore may say he's not providing leadership, but that's not true. The tablets were leadership. Might not be the kind of leadership you like, but that's different to saying he doesn't provide leadership. He clearly is providing leadership. You might not like that he launched something called ProveX, which is going to enable much easier onboarding and offboarding and promote the cause. But he did it. Let's talk about that a little bit. I was always expecting somebody, let's be honest about it, almost certainly Richard, to put a lot of funds into the ProveX sacrifice in order to have a benign, friendly actor looking after, excuse me, Pulse Chain. I need a bit of green tea. I got a little cough. That's annoying. Apologies for that, everyone, but there's not much I can do. Nothing I can do about it. Anyway, okay, I'll take a bit of green tea if I start to cough again. I didn't expect him to put, I think it's $320 million in. That's a lot. I was talking to Fast Abdul. Shout out to him. He comes on my show quite a bit. You'll have heard of Fast Abdul. Of course, if you're in crypto, you've probably heard of Fast Abdul. He's been explaining all the ways that ProveX can promote the cause. And because ProveX will be bonded to the cause, if ProveX does well, the cause will do well. Very, very well. And there's 2% gas fees and it's a buy and burn. And so as ProveX burns rapidly through its usage, that will push up the price of the cause. You don't even have to be using ProveX on Pulse Chain to push up the price of the cause. You don't even have to be using ProveX on the blockchain, as I understand it, to push up the price of the cause. So the better ProveX does, the better Hex will do. The better ProveX does, the better PLSX will do. It's like worrying about which of your arms you prefer, which of your legs. They're all the same. They're all connected. It's part of an organism, if you like. It's sort of the Richard Hart organism. And I'm excited to be part of the Richard Hart organism. I'm excited to be in 2026 with you guys. Very, very excited. It's going to be amazing. 2026 has been an amazing year so far, undoubtedly. And that's from a cold-hearted facts point of view. You can see it. It's here. We're currently up 4% on the year, which is fabulous. And that's that. And I don't know if you want to share that, but I've just got the Bitcoin monthly there up on the screen if you want to share it. But that's fine. It doesn't need to be shared particularly. There you go. I mean, we can see that's 2026, despite the pullback in the last 24 hours. But Bitcoin's over 90,000, which is fabulous. So long as we create higher lows, then it's bullish. I don't really care what the 50-week moving average says. I really don't care about the 50 MWA, because it's about the fundamentals. And so I am excited. I do think that we're going to see higher highs in 2026. I think it'd be very easy to do. In fact, I'm quite surprised we are as high as we are with all this uncertainty. The Supreme Court tomorrow, the possible US government shutdown. What's going to happen with the Clarity Act? We need that Clarity Act. It's vital. And if we get that Clarity Act, then crypto is going to go a lot higher. I was listening to Plan B today. I think he was doing his latest contribution, and he thinks that Bitcoin could 10x quite rapidly at a certain point, and presumably it might be when we get the Clarity Act. Extremely bullish. Can you imagine Bitcoin doing a 10x and what that would mean for Hex and Pulse Chain and all the all the protocols and assets on Pulse Chain? If Bitcoin did a 10x, what would that mean? What would that be? Basically $1 million, isn't it? A 10x. What would that mean for Ethereum? But things look good to me, and I do listen to the bears because I'm a bull. I love to listen to the bears, and I love to listen to what they've got to say, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It really doesn't. I don't see it. I think we're going to be fine. I think a lot of the price action has been a placebo. I think a lot of people are convinced of the 4-year cycle, and you're not going to be convinced them otherwise until the more we get into 2026. So every single day we leave the 4-year cycle behind a bit. And at a certain point, everyone will go, hey, hang on a minute, we're not actually in a 4-year cycle, are we? I can see that now. And then things will go wild. But there are a lot of people that are very, very nervous, and they just won't be convinced until the price action convinces them. And then they'll happily chase the green candles, and that's how it is, and that we know that. But yeah, a lot of people were dismissing the prospects of us being green in Hex and Pulse Chain over the conference, and it's wrong. You know, I do listen to the TA guys. I do listen to them talking about their fractal patterns and Bollinger Bands and Elliott waves and things, and 50-week moving averages, as we've referred to, and things. But at the end of the day, I'm an experienced guy. I think experience counts for everything. At the end of the day, you just get a feeling something's a bit different here. And that's a feeling I'm getting. And I'm getting it most with my favorite cryptos, which is Hex and Pulse Chain. Something just feels a bit different. It just feels like something a bit different. I also like to talk about the sentiment, and I do feel that I do feel that the sentiment has improved in the last few weeks. That's because we got 2025 behind us, and we're into 2026, and the clue's in the name, Hex Conference 2026. I think there's a buzz. I think there's a feeling that we should all pull together. I listened to Somi. I thought it was an excellent stream from him to open the conference, and he majored on that. It was his consistent theme. We need to pull together. Look, you might like this meme coin. Another person might like that meme coin. You might prefer Hex on Pulse Chain. Somebody else might prefer Hex on Ethereum. I notice it's a 600x, slightly more, for Hex on Ethereum to get back to all-time high. I've talked about this before, that that's where cryptos want to go. They don't all make it, but they all want to. It's a little ambition. XRP wanted to get back to its all-time high, and it did it. Lots of cryptos got back to their all-time high already in this cycle. Render did it. Ethereum did it. BNB did it. Bitcoin did it. Ethereum's, I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it for you, Crypto 7. Well, it's a 600x, which is about $1 million from 2000, something like that. 600x, roughly. Quick math. Find $2,000 just in case this old man here is right, and Hex on Ethereum even has a tiny chance of doing a 600x. Talking about probabilities, everything is probabilities. So Ivan on Tech's a bear, but he's probably only 52% bear. He's probably 48% bull, but because he's 52% bear, he pushes the bearish argument. And I notice he rolls out the bearish arguments, but he doesn't point to things like, yeah, but what about the fact that in the last bear market, stock markets were going down, and this time they're flying upwards? What about that? What about the fact that in all previous bear markets, the Fed balance sheet has been going down while we've been going down, but this time it's going up? How are we going to counter that? We can't counter that. In a way, it's egotistical. It's self-important to think that crypto can somehow go in a bear market while all these other things are providing the conditions which have otherwise previously been bullish. It's not self-important of us to be bullish in crypto. It's self-important of the bears to think somehow we're going to buck these trends. It would be counter to everything. We've talked about this already. But I think it's very much a big deal. So it's a 600x for Hex on Ethereum to get back to its prior all-time high, to its all-time high. which is $1 million from 2000. Amazing, amazing. It's a 20x the pulse chain just to get to its all-time high. Maybe you were never in Hex on Ethereum. Maybe you've come in more recently. That's fine. Welcome. Then maybe you're not about the hexes because that was last cycle or the cycle before. You're about pulse chain now. Well, okay. Well, it's a 20x, which is a lot. It's $1 million from 20,000, something like that. A 20x, a bit less, but should be able to do that easily over the next 12 months, 18 months. I think that 2026 going into 2027 should be phenomenal because we've got the small matter of the midterms, and Trump is going to want to juice the economy to make people want to vote Republican. The other thing that happened with Trump in 25, unfortunately, is that he politicized crypto. Crypto and the Clarity Act were bipartisan until Trump launched his meme coin, and that really was the problem. You probably think the problem was that he had launched a meme coin, but the problem wasn't that. It was that suddenly the Democrats saw crypto as an attack vector on the Republicans, and they don't play nice. I mean, they really don't play nice, those American Democrats and Republicans. It's gloves off for sure. And when he launched the meme coin, then suddenly the Clarity Act became a bad thing to the Democrats. And so they have been obstructing it since. It's the main reason we didn't make it to Monaco in 2025. And so we really need that Clarity Act now. And hopefully common sense will prevail, and the Democrats will want America to be well positioned in terms of favorable crypto legislation to build that new economy and promote American interests. But we shall see. Otherwise, we'll just settle on more money coming in. As I say, that was a huge thing. People thought, oh, we're going to start buying Bitcoin. No, we're not buying Bitcoin. Oh, we're going to get the Clarity Act. No, we're not going to get the Clarity Act. So these were the disappointments of 2025, and this is why we didn't go a lot higher. That's why more action didn't go into the altcoins. And of course, Jerome Powell was extremely reluctant to reduce the rates. And when you reduce the rates by 25 basis points, you're making about a 5% difference. And a 5% difference isn't a lot. We want a big difference. We've got a potential rate cut later this month in a couple of weeks' time, but I think Polymarket have it as only a 7% chance that we'll get a rate cut in Polymarket, and really wrong. The less that Powell does now for us or helps us in terms of reduced rates, the more that the next Fed chair will do. And nobody seems to be talking about this, but I think the next Fed chair will do either 50 or 75 basis points straight away. So the less that Powell does now, the more the new Fed chair will do in a swoop. And of course, that's only 4 months away. But it does mean we've got these things we've talked about, the volatility ahead of us, and next 4 or 5 months. But time could be our friend, particularly for Hex and Pulse Chain, particularly with such an active founder. And if Interpol's dropped, wow, forget about it. The thing about Interpol dropping is that's not baked in. Nobody has any information on what's happening with Interpol. But at some point, the law of averages say that Interpol will drop. And that would make a huge overnight difference. As I say, it's not something that people can bake in. It's not something that people can front run. If Richard suddenly tweets to say they've dropped Interpol. And why would they drop Interpol? Well, because it's false, what they've accused him of, because it came from the Biden administration, because Richard's got the best lawyers in the world. These things are all statements of fact. They're not up for debate. Those are the facts, Your Honor, and they are undisputed. A few good men. So that could happen, but it doesn't need to happen. All we need is for people to want to take risk again, for us to markets to become greedy. So the more you see that fear and greed index start moving into greed and then extreme greed, the more you will know that Hex and Pulse Chain will not only thrive, but they will thrive much more than other things. But we can see already that we do. It does look. I think there's some TA to support the possibility that we have finally reversed in pulse chain. We have finally hit the all-time lows. We've had an awful lot of selling in hex and pulse chain, and some of it has probably been deliberately induced. Some insensitive posts from Richard, which I thought were funny because I'm sure they were deliberate. He did a post recently with him wearing a Flash shirt and a couple of watches on either side, and I think everyone that gets Richard got that he was doing that just to inflame a few more. The way he handled Pruvex sacrifice was deliberate to to also shake out some weak hands, to test your conviction. Say it how you want to say it, but so Pruvex is going to be fantastic. I think $320 million. Just that. People say to me, Crypto 7, why did he put so much in? Well, that's going to get everyone's attention. I think the Pruvex sacrifice now has something like the top 40 of Ethereum holders. That's a lot of money. $320 million is a lot of money to anyone. To Michael Saylor, to Saudi royals, whoever. That's a lot of money. That gets attention. So if for no other reason, that's huge marketing. And guys like Fast Abdul will explain how Richard Hart will use Pruvex to pump the cause, but this time it will be impossible for people that are wallet watching, doing the on-chain analysis, to be able to tell what came from Richard, what didn't come from Richard, and it'll be many, many smaller buys and things. But also, as I say, you will have all these things going together, plus Pruvex will just be useful and raising fees, which will then create scarcity. And I think maybe I've been talking for the right amount of time because we have our fantastic host. Shout out to Matthew Olin. I really appreciate everything he's done for the community. And as I say, I've listened to everyone so far, and the person that opened the conference was talking about the importance of pulling together. So if you support Sommer, you should be supporting everyone that's speaking at this conference, and having the good grace to get behind people like Matty, who are making an effort for you. Fantastic.
Well, shout out to you, Crypto 7. There aren't many people in Europe who can stream at this time of night, and you're definitely a crowd favorite. You've got people who tune in to your paid subscription and to your public streams and everything. So make sure everybody out there, make sure you follow Crypto 7 on YouTube especially. And we've got a special treat up next, which is a clip from Crypto 7 and Johnny Chaos that really is fire.
Thanks very much, everyone. Yeah, and follow everyone that's speaking at the conference. And thanks everyone for joining and being part of the action.
Thanks so much. I'm looking forward to next time we get to chat. Take care.
Cheers all. Bye.
It is not Hex. Hex is the only unique coin that Richard's created thus far. Hex is the only unique coin, the only innovation that Richard's really created so far. If he abandons that, nobody cares. Nobody in the greater space, nobody in the world, nobody is ever going to care about anything Richard ever makes ever again if Hex fails.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Be judged based on that one failure, and people are not going to look any farther ever.
I totally agree. And that's why I didn't get out of my core coins to get into the Pruvex sacrifice. And but I just wanted your take on how Pruvex and EIW is agreeing with you, Johnny, that this is something Richard is planning ahead, years ahead with Pruvex.
It is years ahead, and it will be a great thing, and it's going to be an awesome onboarding tool. It's going to be nice to have additional functionality on Pulse Chain. But as far as this concept of people thinking they're going to flip a coin, it's that mentality that is screwing up the charts. That's what's screwing up the charts. You're getting the wrong people with the largest amount of coins, and they're mismanaging and mishandling and distributing the coins. That's the problem. Okay, these are totally two separate issues from what's being developed and how that's going to be impactful and how that's evolutionary as far as blockchain. Versus what the price performance is going to be. You can have the best products in the world and the price performance be absolute shit. Obviously, we have the best products and the price performance is still shit. Nobody cares that we have the best products yet until the price starts to move. It's a chicken or egg complex.
Yeah.
Right. And in order for people to participate, they have to be able to see us. And when they do see us, we have to have people not kicking each other and punching each other in the face in a big bar fight. And we need to have people actually enjoying themselves and having a good time and talking about innovation in the space. We don't need everybody trying to gouge each other's eyes out and rob each other out of their back pocket. And that's what you see. You know, when people chime in, that's all they see.
I totally agree. My feeling, what's your feeling, Johnny, is that the sentiment has been improving a little bit over the last couple of weeks. That we seem to have, I think we have bottomed in terms of the sentiment, and we're on the way up. Certainly, that's my anecdotal take. I only spend 60 seconds a day on X, but I seem to feel that vibe. What's your feeling?
I think that eventually bitching gets exhausting.
Yeah,
and it's completely vaporizes. A 3X from now, they all disappear.
Yeah.
Literally a 3X from now, all that tension, all that stuff disappears. I was looking up that the halo effect. The halo effect is where, you know, you experience a great amount of pain, but then you're like followed by a great amount of joy, and it just wipes that pain away. Like, you know, when women give childbirth, you know, they'll look at you and go, "Hey, let's have another." And you're like,
yeah. You told me.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What was great about that experience? Because we're not viewing that experience the same way at all. You know, there was pain, there was torment, but now that you're holding the baby, and it's like, oh, the baby's so beautiful, right? You know, it's the halo effect.
I like that.
So when you have when conditions are better, and everybody's having a good time, everybody's price is going up, they're feeling good, that pain is just forgotten. It's just that pain is just gone, you know, and it's gone like that. These things move so fast. When that pain is gone, it's gone like that. Next thing you know, you're just like, oh my God, what's going on here? And you know, I can't believe it. And then disbelief comes. You're like, oh no, this is gonna fail. No, this can't be real. This can't be real. Another penny. You're going, this ain't right. That's not possible. You go in, you check your wallet, and you're like, if I sell for this much, can I actually? Oh my God, I can actually get 3 cents for this shit. Oh my God, that's real. Those are real numbers. Let me go back here again. Let me check. If I sell that, I can get that much right now. And you're like, ooh, I'm gonna hold. Right? You know, so it creates that whole change in atmosphere once the price starts going up, and all of this heartache that everybody's had, it's just gone. It's like it was never even there. Everybody forgets. It's like nobody realizes this totally feels like year one. Like when everybody was telling us we were idiots every single day. Hex would never go to a penny because the market cap would be too high. You guys are absolutely ridiculous. The 10,000X is not even possible. Are you on crack? You guys are a bunch of Richard's bitches. You don't know what you're talking about. You're all idiots. Richard's going to dump on your head. He's going to go to jail every single day. 200, 300 comments every single day. All the major influencers throwing daggers at us every single day. Every stream they did, Richard's a scammer. Well, looks like Richard's scammer's at it again. Richard's a scammer. Richard's a scammer. That's all we heard. We didn't have 6 years of price history to look back and even know what was even possible. We didn't have that. We had a wing and a prayer.
And do you think we'll get the halo effect in 2026, Johnny?
Oh yeah, I do.
Oh, fantastic.
I do. I think we're a year behind. I think retail did not show up as designed. I think currently they are in gold and silver. Gold and silver is going to crash back down, and they're going to look for alternatives.
I think it started, buddy.
It started, yeah.
Let me just pull this is the silver chart up now, guys and girls. If you're still watching, please make sure to subscribe. Consider joining the channel. Super chats are available if you want to. But anyway, that's the silver chart. Look at that, guys. That's coming down, and this is when a lot of people were bragging they were in silver, and boom, it's down quite a bit in the last week or so. So maybe this is the start of it. I'd love to stay on the halo effect, Johnny, because this is top level Johnny Chaos. This is because you see we've got of the people watching now, probably at least a third have never experienced a halo effect. You and I,
they were born in a bear.
Experienced 3 or 4.
Yeah, they were born in a bear. You know, that's the whole thing. If you're born in a bear, you think I'm full of shit. You don't believe me.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
myth. This is the biggest bunch of bullshit you have
Keep
ever heard in your entire life. And if
Keep
I
going.
were you, I'd believe the same exact thing because I am a skeptic by nature. And if I had not experienced it for myself, you're not gonna tell me that Hex is never gonna go back up again. I'm gonna look at you and say you're full of shit. Because
Yeah.
I have seen the most unremarkable things pump in a crypto bull market. And knowing that we have never been in a bull market, we've been nothing but bear this whole damn time. We've just
Yeah.
seen institutional manipulation. That was it. We've seen institutional manipulation. Retail did not show up. It takes retail to make this shit pump. Institutions dumping coins in the large amounts of money into the largest coins and trying to support that. That's not good, guys. That's not retail. That's not what we're looking at. What we are looking for is the people that want to participate for the people, not everybody jump on board the institutions. You can do that. You're already on board with the institutions. You pay your taxes, you work for your fiat. You're on board with the institutions. You don't have to buy their extra products. Okay. Gold and silver, again, this is where people are going to safety. That is telling you that people are trying to buy metals because they think that's safer than the currency. But now we're starting to see that crash. That was hyperinflated. And that's manipulation too. That's people pushing people towards these metals that need to sell these metals. Hey guys, there's a good deal on metal right now. By the way, guys, you want to buy some masks? I've got masks on sale right now. They're a hot commodity. That's all they're doing. They're just pushing their products on you. You're not making gold. They're mining the gold. They're selling it to you. You're the consumer. Okay? You're not mining Bitcoin. You're buying the Bitcoin. You're the consumer. You're not printing the fiat. You're working for the fiat. You're the consumer. Guess what? In Hex, you are the producer. Act like one. Ration the supply. Be happy you've got a factory that produces. Because everything else, you are the consumer of somebody else's product. And this is where people get it wrong. They're like, well, Hex is Richard's product. No, Hex is the tool. Hex is Richard's tool that he made to allow you to run your own factory. That's what it is. You are running your own factory. You are the producer, not the consumer.
But we misled. I want to keep on this concept that there's a lot of people in crypto that got in the top of the last cycle, which is when most people get in, the top of the cycles, of course. And they were told survive till 25.
Survive through 25, apparently.
Okay, there you go. It's survive through 25. But I think this was a bit that people just, it became unbearable. They'd never seen a halo effect. They'd never seen a miracle, to quote Blade Runner. But
what my posts
we said it'll all be all right. We said it'll all be all right. Just stick with us, and it wasn't all right. So what do you say to those people watching now, Johnny? I mean,
pull up the two posts on. I'm leaning to the mic, and this is the mic that's on me.
No, it's the audio's on point. It's perfect.
Okay, pull up my last two tweets. Read the second one first, and then the last one last. And I'm gonna be silent. I'll let you do this.
You're never silent, Johnny. We don't want you silent. Right.
I want your thoughts on this. So pull up the last one first. There's just there's
no,
two.
You want the last one.
Skip that one.
Didn't you
say
that
one? Go down.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one.
Thanks for reposting, by the way. This one, you say I won't.
So that'll be the last one, and then go down one more and do that one first.
Do this
one first, and then do the next one, the one above it.
Okay. I don't blame people born in a bear for losing faith. You talk about this very thing. You say you have never gone from great fear to euphoria, watching the price deny laws of physics and break highs you never thought possible, week after week after week. You can't add to your stack because the price keeps moving away and your dollars you want to put in continue to lose purchasing power day by day. You wish you had a larger position, but it's too late. You can't go back and load up the truck, being angry with yourself because you should have known to be more confident, but you didn't have the balls. It was so obvious. You keep praying for a dip that is never as low as you like, and you just can't justify paying 10x more for the stuff you could have simply just bought last month, but you didn't. Until you experience this, it all sounds like bullshit. Once you have, you know better than to dismiss price potential, regardless of how the price chart currently makes you feel. The unfathomable becomes possible. You either have a bag or you don't. Lose the idea of thinking it's going to be easier to add on the way up. It's not. You will barely move the needle to increase your position. Build in the bear isn't a cliche. When the price moves away, so does your ability to increase your bag size. Ask yourself, am I comfortable with my bag size? That's a bag size you will have. This is fantastic, Johnny. Really, really well written. But I hope you don't mind me saying it's absolutely superb. Do you want me to read this one as well?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Smash the like if you're enjoying all this alpha from Johnny Chaos. This is a superb stream, I think. I won't be shilling the top. People we never heard of will. People with no pain, no baggage, and new eyes. I will just point back at these posts that created anger and frustration at the time, which people will claim were so obvious, even though it absolutely took sheer balls of steel to hold the line amidst the deepest of depression and complete collapse of confidence. This is fantastic, guys and girls. The nauseum of dragging nauseum of dragging yourself across the battlefield of fallen comrades and hopelessness. Yeah, it sucked, but no one is asking you to take a bullet. Just hold the line and wait for better times. It was the end. It will be obvious. This is all you really had to do. But what you are looking for right now is permission and support to quit. I will not grant it. Quitters don't get to win. Quitters ensure they never win. I absolutely will not support your own self-destruction. Superb, buddy. Absolutely superb.
So we've got 50 speakers again this year for the 6th annual HEX conference, and I'm really excited to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Aubrey de Grey. And I'm going to play this 45-second interlude, and then we'll have him up on screen. So hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. Got a lot of fans, the longevity research in the house. So yeah, excited to share our next speaker.
Are insane, staking on East and Post. We on 2 chains, other coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA and in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA and in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sex. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to bitches.
Hey, Aubrey.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Marvelous, marvelous. And thank you so much again for having me back. You know, it's always an enormous privilege to speak to this audience that has such love for what we do at LEV Foundation.
Well, we're really lucky to have you speaking again this year. I really appreciate it, and looking forward to your presentation here. I'll let you take it away for the rest of the hour.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to start it. Here we go. That's it. Someone's done it for me. Great. Yes. So, hello, everybody. I am, as I say, I'm delighted to be back. I'm guessing that most people who are in the audience will have seen some of my previous talks, not least the one that I gave a year ago. So I'm not going to spend very much time on introduction. But of course, since we have a whole hour, I'm going to be in a position to answer plenty of questions in due course. I'm probably going to try and leave, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes at the end for interaction. So let's take it away. So this is who I am. I lead an organization called LEV Foundation, which is a public charity based in California, a 501c3. And we do research. We're interested in bringing aging under comprehensive medical control. And the way we do it is by focusing on early stage scientific studies, not in human beings, just in the laboratory, in mice, that we believe will hasten the arrival of that post-aging world. So here we go. So I'm just going to give a brief introduction to the kind of orientation just for a few minutes, because I know there will be people here who are not familiar with what we do and with what I do. I've been working on the biology of aging for about 30 years, and I have benefited a lot, especially during the early years of that period, from having previously been a tech guy. I worked in artificial intelligence research, so I very much think like an engineer, and that was definitely helpful. One thing it helped me to do was to cut through the enormous amount of ambiguity and talking past each other that was going on, and really honestly is still going on in the field of the biology of aging, as a result of a lack of respect for crisp, precise definitions of things. And the first thing you've got to define, of course, is the term aging, because people talk about it all the time, and you would be astonished at the extent to which people talk past each other, experts talk past each other, just because they're using that word in different ways. So let's start here. There are plenty of definitions of aging that are, perfectly correct, but we want a definition that's not only correct, but it's actually useful. It allows us to talk about the things we want to talk about. And I find that this definition is extremely useful. What I'm saying here is that aging consists of two processes. A process that goes on throughout life, where metabolism generates damage, and a process that happens late in life, where damage generates pathology. So in order to make sense of that definition, I've got to explain all the words involved, right? All three of those words. Metabolism is an easy one. Metabolism is simply the word that biologists use to denote the entire network of processes that keep us alive from one day to the next, the normal functioning of the body. That's all that metabolism means. Similarly, pathology, that's the word that I'm using here simply to denote all of the things that go wrong with us late in life, all of the decline and failure of physical and mental function that happens mainly to people who were born a long time ago. So that's pathology. So the one that I'm going to have to take a little bit more care over is the word damage. Damage is simply a bunch of changes to the molecular and cellular structure and composition of the body. And the thing that really defines damage is the fact that it sits between metabolism and pathology. In other words, that it is generated as a side effect of normal metabolism. It's not something like, being hit by a truck or whatever. It is self-inflicted as a consequence of the normal functioning of the body. And the second thing, of course, is that it drives pathology, that without this damage, the things that qualify as damage are the things that contribute to the eventual decline in function of the body, as I say, both mental and physical function. So this is the definition of aging. Insanely simple, right? And it's quite a useful definition, it turns out, because it helps us to think about what we might do about aging. Here is the way that I like to describe the options. So first of all, what do I mean when I say we'd like to do something about aging? In terms of the definition I've just given you, it's very easy to answer that question. What I mean is we want to separate metabolism from pathology. We want to stop people from getting sick when they get old. So in other words, we want to allow people to carry on performing metabolism, being alive, without exhibiting pathology. That's all we mean. So this definition very clearly discriminates between three different top-level options that we have. We can separate metabolism from pathology by separating damage from pathology. In other words, basically ignore the fact that this thing called damage is accumulating, just stop it from mattering. And that's what I'm calling the geriatrics approach. Then another alternative is to separate metabolism from pathology by separating metabolism from damage, essentially by making the body run more cleanly and generating so that it stops generating these changes, or at least generates them more slowly than it otherwise would. That would work. It would delay the age at which the damage reaches the level of abundance that kicks off the right and late life process. Fine. And then the third approach is to leave both of those two processes alone, let metabolism generate damage at the normal rate, but don't let it kick off the right-hand process and generate and drive pathology, but instead repair the damage every so often so that we just don't have enough damage to cause pathology, however much damage has been created since the beginning of one's life. And the big, kind of eureka moment that I had 25 years ago now that has led to everything I've done ever since, and that has become I would say the major paradigm within the field over these years, is what I'm showing you right here. This is really all. And in the 19th century, people didn't really understand that the health problems of late life were any different from the health problems of early life. So they focused on the geriatrics approach, directly attacking the pathologies and trying to cure these age-related problems as if they were infections. Starting in the early 20th century, some people realized that that was never going to work, and they started on the gerontology approach. But unfortunately, that also hasn't worked, because essentially the creation of damage is just too inextricably intertwined with the things that we need metabolism to do to keep us alive from one day to the next. And yet, it wasn't until I came along in the year 2000 that anybody really thought about this third approach, what I'm calling here the maintenance approach. So, now that it has been thought about, people are taking it very seriously, and most of the progress that we've seen over the past couple of decades in this field has been as a result of this. So that's all great. But of course, there's still a long way to go, and I'll be talking about that going forward. Now, it sounds really, I'm calling, the title of this slide is A Common Sense Alternative. And, on the one hand, the way I've just described it makes it sound like common sense. But, maybe that sounds a bit arrogant to say that, given that so many smart people didn't think of it for so long. But I don't know. I think it really is fair to call it that, because we do it already. We have been doing it successfully for a very long time with simple man-made machines like cars. This car, of course, is more than 100 years old, and it's working every bit as well as it was the day it was built. And the reason it's working so well is not because it was designed to last 100 years, not at all. It was probably designed to last 10 years. But yet it has benefited from an unusually comprehensive amount of preventative maintenance, and here it is. So, all one had to do to have this realization was to recognize that the human body is also a machine, albeit an extremely complicated one, and to make the leap, the analogy from simple man-made machines to living machines. That was all that was required. But anyway, hindsight is a wonderful thing, so here we are. And of course, in order to actually do this preventative maintenance, you've got to do the same thing as with a car. So, a car mechanic doesn't need to understand the chemistry of rusting in order to understand that rust will eventually make the doors fall off. But they do have to understand that it's the thing called rust that makes the doors fall off, and therefore to figure out a way to remove the rust. And it's the same thing for the human body. You've got to be able to describe what the damage is, so that you can figure out how to remove it, even if you do not have to describe all that much about how the damage is generated, or indeed, for that matter, how the damage, when it is generated, drives pathologies. So way back, more than 20 years ago, I described this classification of all the many, many types of damage that living organisms, certainly mammals, do to themselves. On the left-hand side of this table, the classification into a manageable number of categories, just 7 categories. And that was very important because what it allows is the right-hand side of this table, the description of generic approaches to doing the maintenance, to getting rid of the various types of damage. When I say generic, what I mean is that within each category, there may be many different examples. For example, cell loss. What is that? It's simply cells dying and not being automatically replaced by the division of other cells. So that happens in a lot of different places in the body, and it contributes to age-related decline in several of those places. Stem cell therapy is the generic approach to fixing that. The body isn't replacing those cells on its own, so what you do is you inject cells that are of the right kind, right type, so that they do it for you. They divide and transform themselves into replacements for the cells that have died. And of course, in different organs in the body, you need different types of stem cell. These days, we're pretty good at generating a lot of different types of stem cells, so we have a shot at doing this. But the point about the classification is it simplifies the whole project plan, if you like, because even though different stem cell therapies require different types of stem cell, nevertheless, they have a lot of things in common. All stem cells have a lot in common. The way you create them has a lot in common. The way you inject them does. What happens next does. So once you've got 1 or 2 stem cell therapies working in 1 or 2 tissues, getting the next one working in the one after that is a lot easier and a lot quicker. And that's why this whole classification is so useful. Now, you see at the bottom of this slide a very important point, which is that over the past decade especially, there has been enough progress in all of these areas that people in the private sector, people who want to make money, have started getting interested. That only happens when you can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, you have to be perhaps a fairly courageous investor in order to get into this really early stage stuff. But still, you have to be able to see that there is a route, a plausible route to getting the actual therapies working and being sold and making money. All right, so one thing I want to emphasize before I get on to the work that we've been doing over the past year or two is that the classification I just showed you a moment ago, the list of types of damage, categories of damage on the left-hand side, has very much stood the test of time. We haven't had to extend it over the past 25 years. But the list on the right-hand side, by contrast, has changed enormously. That over these years, there have been a lot of discoveries, some of them quite serendipitous, that have broadened our options for how we might go about repairing these types of damage. Back in the year 2000, when I came up with this idea, I could only think of one type of approach for each category. And honestly, some of those approaches were very ambitious, very challenging. I thought, well, a challenging approach is better than no approach, so, at least we've got a plan. But what's happened over these years is that new discoveries have been made that have allowed us to shortcut a lot of these things. And as you can see in this slide, for every single one of those 7 categories, there are now more approaches that seem very hopeful to eliminate the respective types of damage. All right, so what are we doing? Well, LEV Foundation is the third nonprofit that I've led over the past 20-odd years. And the big thing that distinguishes it from the previous two, is that we're working on the second phase of this project plan. So first of all, let me tell you what the phases are. So the thing about this plan, as you've already seen, is that it's a divide and conquer approach. We've got a bunch of components, and the idea is to fix all these various types of damage with different treatments. So what does that mean? Well, I mean, any divide and conquer approach to anything in any technology, it doesn't have to be medical, any divide and conquer approach has two phases. The first phase is you develop the components, and you have them, each of them doing this particular job that they're designed to do. And the second phase is you put the components together, you build the overall machine, and you get your overall function. Now, in engineering outside of biology, the second part, putting them together, is the easy part, right? If the bits work, you can be pretty sure that putting them together, the whole thing's going to work, so long as you're just reasonably diligent and careful about your design. But in biology, it's nothing like that in medicine, because we're seeking to manipulate a machine that we have a spectacularly poor understanding of, right? We just don't know how this thing works in detail, and therefore, you know, we might not get the result we expect. So I've been itching for years and years and years to start on phase two. Now, of course, I described it as sequential, that you've got to get all the components done before you can start putting them together. And going back to engineering in general, that is pretty much true. Good thing in medicine is that we can kind of do a bit of overlap. We can start putting things together even when we've only got some of the components ready. And that's what I started to do 5 years ago in a very kind of preliminary way, just putting two things together, a senolytic and a stem cell therapy. That project ran into the sand, I'm afraid, on account of some bad things that happened that many of you here know about. But 3 years ago, I was able to scrape together enough money, not least thanks to the legal efforts of 3 of the major donors from the 2021 airdrop. And we were able to start an experiment that I'm describing here, in which we put 4 things together, all of them in the same individuals at the same time. And when I say individuals, these are not humans. These are mice, but you've got to start somewhere. And in particular, the thing about mice is because they don't live very long, you can determine relatively quickly whether what you're doing is working. So that's what we did. We took some mice and we gave them all these 4 things. Now, the critical thing about this is that we didn't give them these things to young mice. We took mice that were already in middle age. So in actual numbers, what that means is these are mice, normal mice that live about 2.5 years on average. We didn't start the experiment until the mice were already 1.5 years old. So they had about a year to live. Now, I've defined a kind of threshold, kind of stretch goal for this kind of experiment, which is what I'm calling RMR, robust mouse rejuvenation. And that is that we double that year. In other words, we start at 1.5 years old. They normally live 1 more year to 2.5 years old. We get them out to an average of 3.5 years. Deal. Because at the moment, we can't do that. We can only get 4. Don't involve putting a lot of things together. The 4 months that you can get when you just use one thing. All right, so, well, what happened? First of all, I want to emphasize that we didn't only measure lifespan. We did a lot of measurements of the health of the mice, because it is important. We don't want to extend sick span. We don't want to get mice that are 1.5 years old and about to get sick, and they get sick anyway, but we keep them alive by some kind of, life support for an extra year. That's not the idea whatsoever. We want to increase the healthy part of life. So we wanted to measure a lot of things. And this is something that many people in the gerontology field have been doing for a long time. So we didn't have to invent any of the techniques. We just used the same techniques that people have been using for decades. And you can read about that in much more detail if you like on our website, or of course I can answer questions at the end. So what happened? Well, here's the main thing that happened. Here I'm showing you just the female mice. Now, first of all, let me explain what this kind of graph actually says. These are things called Kaplan-Meier curves. And what they are simply a plot of how long each mouse lived in the experiment. So the way it's done is by having on the x-axis the age of the mice, and on the y-axis the percentage, the proportion of the mice that you started with that are still alive at any particular age. So that's why each of these lines goes down as it moves to the right. The x-axis begins at the age where we began the experiment. So as I said, 18 months, actually I think it was 19 months. And the y-axis goes up to 100, starts at 100 and goes down to 0. So perfectly straightforward. All right, but something that may at this point be confusing you is that there are lots of lines here, 10 lines in fact. The reason for that is because we had 10 different treatment groups. The thick blue line at the bottom is the control group. That's the group that got no interventions at all. They were just regular mice. We just gave them regular food and we just kept them alive in a normal way. The thick red line at the top is the ones who were getting all 4 of our interventions. And as you can see, they lived a fair bit longer on average. They were, the same age when we began, but they lived quite a bit longer. Now, the other lines are all groups that were getting some, but not all of the treatments. As anyone in the audience, I'm sure you can work out that there are, a total of 16 different options, and the thick blue line and the thick red line are only 2 of those options. So there's 14 others. We didn't do them all. We only did 6 others. We didn't, 8 others. We didn't do the interventions in which you get exactly 2 out of the 4. We just did ones in which you get 1 out of the 4, or ones in which you get 3 out of the 4. So that's what all those other lines are. The reason we needed to do those treatments, those other groups, was in the case of the 1 out of 4 ones, we just wanted to make sure that we were doing the experiment right. So what I mean is, each of these interventions has been used by other researchers over the past many years, and many of them quite recently, and has shown that it does extend life somewhat. And so we wanted to demonstrate that we were recapitulating what other groups had shown. If you're not doing that, then you're not really asking the question that we wanted to ask about the combination. So that was important. The second thing we needed to do was to put ourselves in a position to detect cases where interventions unexpectedly cancel each other out. This is perfectly possible, that you can get unexpected antagonistic interactions. And so we wanted groups with 3 out of the 4 treatments in order to be able to detect that. So that's why there are those 8 other lines in addition to the thick blue line and the thick red line. And the key message here is that those other 8 lines are somewhere in between the blue line and the red line. So in other words, taken as a whole, we did get what we were hoping for. We got the additivity that we wanted, where if you put multiple things together, you get more benefit than if you only use one. However, the very important feature here, the actual magnitude of the benefit that we got, even in the thick red line with all 4 of the interventions, was still only the kind of 4 months that was possible already, had been achieved already. So we didn't achieve that goal. And that's why we need to go forward and do additional experiments. Here are the male mice. It's more complicated there, basically the same story. So we want to do another experiment. Let's call it RMR2, Robust Mouse Rejuvenation Experiment 2. So what do we want to do? Well, we could just use the same interventions at different doses. That would be a very conservative choice, and we might get a different result. But we honestly don't know whether the result will be any better. So, that's not what we wanted to do. Also, we didn't want to wait until the first experiment, RMR1, was over. In practice, we have had to wait because we haven't had the funding to be able to start the other experiment, but we didn't want to. But the great news is that over the past 3 years, in other words, while RMR1 has been in progress, there have continued to be more reports in the literature from other research groups finding new interventions that extend life in mice, even when they are initiated starting in middle age. And those interventions work differently than the ones that existed beforehand. So now we have a lot more variety available to us. And that's why, I don't know what's happened there. The formatting has rather been messed up by StreamYard, but there you go. Point is here, there are a lot of different things that we can do to potentially extend life in mice, and we can put them together in larger numbers. So that's what we want to do. You can see here, even though the slide has been messed up and some of the text is missing, you can see that we've got a lot of them. And in fact, what we've decided we're going to do is put 8 of them together rather than just 4 in the next experiment. Now, that means we're going to have a lot more treatment groups, twice as many. We used 50 mice per group, per sex, in the first experiment. And we're going to need to do that again, because if you don't have that many mice, then you don't get, statistical significance. So that means we used 1,000 mice in total last time. It's going to be 2,000 next time. Now, before going on and talking more about why we're doing these experiments and what their motivation is and so on, let me talk about some other stuff that's been going on, because it is highly relevant to you guys in the hexagon community and the pulse chain community. There is an organization, a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization called VitaDAO that many of you may have heard of. It's focused on aging. It has a kind of sister organization called Bioprotocol. And we worked with those organizations because they're great fans of ours. And they created 2 things. One of them was an AI agent, a chatbot that really is, pretty amazingly good. It was released in August. You can see the URL there, x.com. You can go and just go to Aubrey with an underscore at the end. Sorry about that, but there was already a Twitter user without the underscore. And at the same time, in late August, they launched this thing called Aubrey, which is a token, a crypto token. It's traded on Base. We want to bridge to Pulse Chain as soon as possible. That hasn't happened yet, but I'm going to be putting you guys, especially Matty, Alan, in communication with the VitaDAO people to make that happen. So that's very important. And this is quite important for funding, because the arrangement is that we receive a cut of all of the transaction fees when the token is traded. As for the chatbot, they have the most extraordinarily talented graphic artist working for them at VitaDAO who created these things. There are animations that you can look up online. If you just search Aubrey, you'll find it easily enough. I must say, I'm blown away by this, and so blown away, in fact, that we were able to arrange for the same graphic artist to essentially do a complete revamp of our website. That's still in progress. I'm hoping it's going to be actually implemented within the next couple of months, but it's going really rather amazingly. So, I'm going to spend the last maybe 10 minutes that I'm going to speak on a bit of kind of context for all of this, because this is important for you guys. You guys are mostly not biologists, but there's a lot of you there who are very keen on doing something about aging. You supported my work years back. And of course, I want to keep faith with you guys. So I want to explain why I do what I do, why it matters so much, and how I'm going about it, why these mouse experiments are so important. Because I know that it's not obvious why mouse experiments should be my number one focus. So, well, first of all, what gets me out of bed in the morning? I can tell you it is not thinking I myself want to live a long time and stay healthy for a long time. I certainly do want to, but the reason that is not the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning is just mathematics. It's just arithmetic. Fact is, even though I'm doing, I would sincerely say, probably more than anyone else on the planet to hasten the defeat of aging, nevertheless, how much I'm doing, in other words, how much sooner aging will be defeated than it would have been if I'd done something else with my life. I can't, even in my most conceited moments, I can't really argue that it's more than 5 or 10 years, which means that even though I'm 62 years old, and so I'm kind of on the cusp there, I might make it or I might not, the amount of difference that I am making by my work to my own chances of making the cut is, 5 or 10% at most, and, that's a bit underwhelming, really. And of course, the same applies to my loved ones. But if I think about humanity in general, then it's completely different. For humanity in general, we're talking like 75% of all deaths worldwide are caused by aging. That means that literally at least 110,000 people die of aging every day. And, if that's what one cares about, and it is, because I'm a humanitarian, that's very easy to get out of bed for. I would like to think that I bring forward the defeat of aging by a day every month or two. And, that's worth doing. So that's my goal. I want to get to this thing, longevity, escape velocity, for everybody as soon as possible. Now, the way we need to go about that is to get the world properly motivated, mobilized to throw everything into it. And 5.5 years ago, something happened that made me think, maybe that's possible. That thing, of course, was COVID. COVID was a demonstration that when humanity actually puts its mind to it, humanity can do quite a lot of things. There's one particular statistic that I like to use to really give, substance to what I'm saying here, which is how long it took for the vaccines against COVID to be developed and distributed. It took less than a year. From the entire process of developing them and distributing them globally, less than 1 year. So why is that so dramatic? Simply because if you look back before COVID, the world record, the fastest that had ever happened, was more than 10 years. So we got an entire order of magnitude difference. How did we do it? We did it because governments all around the world recognized that this was what humanity wanted. And so they just tore up all of the regulatory inertia and, bureaucracy that they themselves had put in place. They just tore it up and everything just happened. And of course, the result was that corners were cut. A number of people did, I think we can safely say, end up suffering as a result of side effects of COVID vaccines that might have been discovered if we had taken longer. But the number of people who did suffer was a teeny tiny fraction of the number of lives that were saved. And that's how medical research ought to go. It's certainly how medical research ought to go in the case of a pandemic that is killing people a great deal faster than COVID did, the pandemic called aging. But of course, the problem that we have is that unlike COVID, aging is an old problem. COVID was a new problem. And so it was kind of natural for people to get upset about it and to, to authorize their elected representatives to get on and do something about it. This doesn't happen with aging, because for aging, humanity has somehow become resigned and fatalist about it. So what are we going to do about that? Well, this is my plan of change. This is how I think this is going to happen. We know the first line. We know that ultimately the reason why governments did what they did 6 years ago was because they want to get re-elected. And so they perceived that the public wanted COVID fixed, so they went and did it. The problem, as I say, is that the public are fatalistic. They are resigned to aging. They are terrified, in particular, of getting their hopes up. Rather, they would prefer to just put aging out of their minds and get on with their miserably short lives. But they do listen to Joe Rogan and Oprah Winfrey and Lex Friedman and Mr. Beast and Kim Kardashian. And that's quite useful, because a lot of those people are already really interested in not aging. They actually, I've been on Joe Rogan's show a couple of times. A number of my colleagues have also been on. These people have explicitly expressed that they're interested in this field. All we need them to do is come out and demand a war on aging, in the same way that Oprah Winfrey demands that you buy this particular book. And people just do. I mean, don't ask me why they do, but they do. So that's all we need. So why are these influencers not doing that already? The answer is because the experts that advise them, that talk to them, by and large, do not give them, if you like, permission to do so. The experts are not sufficiently confident that a war on aging will actually succeed in the foreseeable future. But luckily, the experts I'm talking about, there are really not very many of us. I mean, there may be a few hundred people in the world who can legitimately describe themselves as real subject matter experts on the biology of aging. That's quite a lot. But there's literally about half a dozen of us, well, maybe 1 dozen, who are not only experts, but also we do a lot of talking to the general public. I mean, if you take the threshold of, let's say, people who do a general audience podcast or talk like this or whatever, more than once a month, there's literally, I can name about 9 such people. And we are all good friends. We all know each other really well, which means that I know exactly what it's going to take to make those experts say to the influencers, to the general public, what they need to say in order to make this set of dominoes start. Because everyone else is primed. The influencers are primed. The public is primed to listen to the influencers. The government is certainly primed to listen to the public. So that's all it takes. And the thing is, even though mice do not matter to the general public, they do matter a lot to subject matter experts on the biology of aging. And a large part of why they matter is because something that is really rather aggressively swept under the carpet by almost all of the experts. And that is that this 4 months that I mentioned earlier on, the amount that you can currently postpone aging starting in middle age, we could already do that half a century ago. 50 years, literally. We've made no progress in all that time. Now, one way of looking at that is saying, well, we're fucked, aren't we? We've got no progress, therefore we don't know what direction to go and so on. Therefore, there's no chance. But another way of looking at it is, well, maybe there are things we can try. And if we did succeed, different world immediately. We can totally start saying, yeah, we are within striking distance of doing the same thing for human beings. A lot of the problem is that most of the subject matter experts are trained as basic scientists, people who want to understand things, people who want theories that explain things. I'm an engineer, and I understand the limits of theories. I understand that sometimes you've just got to accept that the thing you're studying and the thing that you want to manipulate is just complicated and chaotic and built like, a Rube Goldberg machine that is not based on any particular elegant theory. And so a lot of what I end up talking to my colleagues about in the field right now is getting them to drop the idea that there's bound to be some theory out there that if only we could find it, then we'll be able to make progress, and we won't make progress until we do, because I think that's a big, big dead end. But no, it ultimately comes down to this. It comes down to the fact that these experiments are quite expensive by the standards of the typical mouse experiment, because they're very big. They are, 1,000 mice. The next one's 2,000 mice. That's a lot of mice. But they're really, really inexpensive by the standards of the kind of money that's being thrown around in certain parts of the aging space right now by companies like Altos and Calico. It's just that money is being misspent. It's being spent in suboptimal directions. All we need to do is get shit going. And, it's not much money. I've summarized here how much time has been lost as a result of events that many of you in the audience are familiar with. I won't go into that again. But the fact is, that's all it takes. $6 million would get the next experiment going. And I've been trying to raise it for the past couple of years, and I haven't succeeded. I'm going to stop there and invite some questions, because we've got like 12 minutes left. My email address is on the left. I am very well behaved with email, so you're always welcome to write to me. I deeply thank everybody whose financial contributions have enabled us to get this far, as well as the collaborators and advisors that we've had. For those of you who want to get deeply into the science, please have a look at this review paper that we put out a year ago, which describes in some detail all of the rationale for the first experiment and for this whole the study program. And then on the right of the QR code, of course, we do take crypto of every kind. At least we take crypto of every kind that is traded at Coinbase or Circle or Uniswap. But in addition to all of that, Matty Allen very splendidly put together a Trezor address, which you can see there. Please take a screenshot or whatever as required if that's your preference. I will stop there. I think I can probably now unshare and get involved with questions. Thank you very much. I can't hear anything. If Matty is talking, I can't hear him. All right, I'm going to the comments, the chat. I'm just going down and seeing what there is here. Somebody called Funkmaster Hex says, what do I think of intermittent fasting? Well, it's better than nothing. It is a variation on the age-old theme of calorie restriction, which, of course, is known to extend longevity in mice and rats by a respectable amount. In fact, that's the canonical way that I said we've known about for at least 50 years, even when we're talking about starting in middle age. But unfortunately, it's well established that calorie restriction just doesn't work nearly so well in long-lived species as it does in short-lived species. And we actually understand pretty well why that is. Essentially, it's just because in the real world, in nature, where evolution happens, long famines don't happen as often as short famines, so they don't impose enough selective pressure. And so better than nothing, but definitely not the holy grail. We definitely need to do a lot more. Same applies to intermittent fasting. Same applies to drugs that trick the body into thinking it's on calorie restriction when it isn't. Sandy Beach 369 mentions rapamycin. That's the most powerful, the kind of gold standard calorie restriction mimetic. Well, but again, no better than calorie restriction itself. They're not nearly so. Good for 62 as well. So I'm going to carry on checking the comments. I hope I'm looking at the right place. Here we go. What do I think of these guys who inject blood from younger as older guys? Okay, so this is a very, very interesting idea. So this comes from some work that really began, well, many decades ago, but became kind of popular in the Western research world about 20 years ago, courtesy of some excellent studies done at Stanford University. The initial studies were done using using surgery. Essentially, what happened was that you took a young rat and an old rat, and you basically joined their circulations together, their circulatory systems, so that blood went from one to the other. And this was something that you can do in these animals, basically because there's no immune response. These are inbred, which means that their genes are more or less exactly the same, just like identical twins. And so that was okay. But sure enough, it turned out that the old mice and rats got biologically younger as a result of this process. And, this was kind of no surprise in, a qualitative sense, because, we knew that the blood in older animals is more contaminated, if you like. But the magnitude and indeed breadth of the benefits was really quite impressive. And this has led to a load of extra research that's been done over the years. Over these years, we still have only a very limited idea about how the whole thing works, despite a lot of effort. But as you would expect me to say, being a technologist more than a basic scientist, at the end of the day, the fact that it does work is really what matters. How it works, we'd like to know, but that's kind of luxury. So what's happened since then is that we've moved on to doing the same kind of thing, but not surgically, instead by extracting blood from a young person and young animal and putting it into an older animal. And most of that work has been done not with with whole blood, but just with plasma. In other words, blood with the cells taken out. And that seems to work pretty well too. And more recently, people have even worked on something that's often called plasma dilution, even though that's not quite an accurate way of describing it, in which what you put in is not plasma from a young individual, but rather essentially water, plus a couple of extra ingredients. And indeed, some of this has been done by humans, in humans. So Sway P5715 mentions Brian Johnson, who is, of course, a very high-profile advocate in this space right now, and who did this, and, swears by it. You also mentioned rapamycin. Yeah, honestly, I haven't spoken to Brian recently enough to be able to know exactly what his experience with rapamycin was. But, he's a very audacious self-experimenter. He refines and modulates his regime all the time. So, he will have had his reasons based on self-measurement. One thing that I really love Brian for is that he's so aggressive about saying everybody needs to measure themselves as much as one can. And, I could not agree more. I am not sure what more recently is about. Sarah, hello. I was prescribed low dose, okay, for my heat intolerance. I do not know anything about the impact of naltrexone on longevity in any species, I'm afraid. That is not something I've heard of. anymore. I think we have another 3 minutes. You guys are unusually shy these days. Normally there's more questions than this. What's this? Have I naturally kept my hair through good luck, or do I take any medications? Good luck, I'm afraid. In fact, it's not just the hair. I can tell you that I am one of those repulsively lucky people. I have always been able to eat and drink exactly what I like all my life, and nothing happens. And I don't even need to do any exercise, at least nothing for the sake of exercising. I take one supplement now, but that's all. And that's just because I have high homocysteine, which comes from a genetic predisposition to it. And recently, when my genome was sequenced, I established that I had this variant, and there turned out to be a particular variation on vitamin B12 called methylcobalamin, which is good for this. But that's all. Do I have any peptide recommendations? No, I don't. It's very important to understand that peptides are, first of all, they're a very, very large family of molecules. A peptide is any protein that's less than about 50 amino acids long. Most of the peptides that people are interested in are half a dozen amino acids long. But the evidence for the benefits is extremely fragile as of now. The initial evidence came out of really just one laboratory, one research group in Russia from decades ago. And there has been a conspicuous absence of, rigorous replication of the work that was reported. So I definitely don't feel I can recommend any peptides at this point. In fact, I will go further, because remember that I'm a PhD, not an MD, so I'm not legally allowed to recommend anything. But I at this point, I wouldn't do so even if I were an MD.
Hey, I'll ask one more question. Can you reinforce what it is that people can do to help benefit the cause, whether they're a whale or a minnow here in the crypto space? How can people support
I
you?
sure can. If someone puts my slides up again, I can put the QR code back up for. Very good. Okay, let me see if I can go back. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, LEV Foundation is a charity. We're a 501c3, so anyone who pays taxes in the US can get a tax break from donating to us. And we take every kind of currency. That QR code will take you to our general donate page, and the money will be extremely well spent. Anyone who's interested in any kind of philanthropy, if you're an effective altruist and you're thinking about, the bang for your buck, then it's easy to do the numbers and see that the amount of suffering that you will alleviate per dollar, the amount of lives you will save per dollar, is enormously greater if you work to bring aging under control than any other thing you could possibly do. So,
Awesome.
I massively urge everybody to help to whatever extent you can. Every dollar helps. Every token helps. But yeah, of course, the more the better.
And I guess it's popular these days. Can people donate stocks as well?
Yes, absolutely. If you go to that one generic page that you can see there, there's a link to donate stock. You can donate fiat. You can donate everything in any way you can imagine.
Awesome. Well, this is.
I should also mention, because I know this is a global audience. it doesn't. The tax benefits are not only for people from the UK. If you're from Western Europe or the UK, from the US, they're also from the UK or Western Europe. We have ways to do that. It's a bit more complicated. You don't need to write to us, but that can also be done.
Awesome. Well, super excited to have you back this year. And yeah, really looking forward to all the progress that can be made on longevity research and aging. So thank you again so much, Dr. Aubrey de Grey, for joining us this year.
And thank you for having me back and for everything you do for this community. Thank you so much, Matty. Bye for now.
My pleasure. Awesome. So up next, we have an amazing panel of OGs. Super excited for this one. And we'll have our next speakers up after this 45-second musical interlude. So go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button, share this out. This is good stuff.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hairy start. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the hex, he is mooning. Looking at why they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pull chains out, now get me a check. He's gas up and it got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex, I been eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
What's up, guys?
Chilling. What's going on, man?
This is one of the most exciting panels, in my opinion, the conference here. So super excited to let you guys take it away and chop it up for an hour.
All right.
We'll see if the internet lasts that long.
Yeah, my internet. Yeah. We're putting me up at the top, huh? All right. So what we're
I couldn't even hear what you said. That's I'm sure it was a diss, but I couldn't hear it.
I don't know if he's joking or not. He's really good at acting.
No, I don't believe he's joking. I think his internet does really suck.
Is this thing on?
Okay, he's messing around. He's so good at acting, guys. He's an actor. He literally just acts on YouTube.
Yeah.
So all right.
Yes. And that's just the water. It's not gin and tonic or anything. So
yeah. All right. I was
gonna bring my Tears of Hex Haters mug, but there's no tears to drink anymore.
I got the Come and Go 100 ounce mug.
That's the real mug right there.
The Come and Goer.
The Come and Go. Got to get that. All right. So what are we talking about again?
Hex, man.
Are there people in the chat? I like going.
I mean, speaking of coming and going,
I can't hear a word you guys are saying.
Oh, okay.
Right. This guy. All right.
Well,
So what are we saying? Just kick him out. Get him out of here. Yeah. It used to be a bouncer. Just get him out of here. All right.
I don't know, Cabana, you got some topics for us or what?
Sure, man. I came prepared. No, I did not.
We're supposed to talk about Hex, right?
Yes.
I mean, going off of Hexo's mug, coming and going, it's been 6 years, so we've had a lot of comers and goers, have we not?
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, Hex conference. 6 years. Got it. I see
That's
what
why
we're
we're
doing
here.
I see what we're doing now. Okay.
This is true. This is true. There have been some that have come and many that have gone too.
Been a lot. There's been a lot.
Was somebody saying something to me?
No.
Oh boy.
Get him out. Just get him out. Kick him out. Get him out of here.
It was.
I'll text him and tell him he's banned.
I did think it was. Cool
yeah, I'm not going to be very useful here, guys.
Oh boy.
I'm probably just going to keep interrupting and like ruining everything.
He's got a point.
I mean, he does know the flow. He does know how the flow
He's
goes.
like that drunk guy, the guy that's way too drunk at the party, and everybody else is like just on their first drink.
fucked.
And you're just like,
See ya.
dude.
He chimes in like 20 seconds later.
Yeah. You know what I used to do in high school? Well, there you go.
R.I.P. coffee.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So coming and going. YouTubers. Are we talking about YouTubers, Hexicans, old Hexicans?
No, I just thought it was funny that you had that mug because it just harkened me back to just a tweet by Motley last night, who's like, he's been around here forever, but it was actually at the top marker of the first Hex cycle. Big K was there, Coffee was there, and Motley posted a picture of his Hex shield that he had signed by everybody that was in attendance. And to look at the names that signed that, like I signed it. And man, I was like,
I don't know if I signed it. I was there though.
We've had a few fall off the board, and
a few.
There are a few that still remain that are still here.
I can't believe we still have a conference.
Well, props to Maddie for doing this. To you guys too, because
enough people to get conference still going.
You guys have been around from the beginning, and so is Coffee. And I think that's why Maddie is like kind of excited for this panel, even though we're just like blithering away for the first 7 minutes of this. But the memories that we have.
Yeah. We got a lot of memories. And yeah, that was my wife's comment too. She was, oh, you guys are still doing that thing, huh?
Yes, we are.
You guys gonna go play on the internet for a little bit?
Do a little stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just had to go, take my whole family because there's no door on my house here. Well, you guys can't see it. Well, in my back room. And so the whole downstairs, if anybody's talking, you guys would hear them. So I have to make them go upstairs like Anne Frank over there, and they're all just stuffed up there in the
that
floor.
Looks like Big K's grandmother's basement from The Highest of Stakes, kind of.
Yeah. Just gonna get more smoky.
Yeah.
For the movie.
Does need a little more smoke effect.
There's my what was it, Zcash? What were you mining back in the day?
I did mine some Zcash.
I remember all the things.
That's actually, and the funny thing is just recently Zcash hit a higher than when I was originally mining it, like out the gate. I was pretty surprised.
Did you see recently all of their team completely crashed out and they're not doing it, and it went down like 30 or 40% in a day or something?
It was awesome. It was as high as it goes, as low as it goes, fast as you can.
Hey, things go really high, and then they come down really low.
Really, really low. Like lower
for
than
years, possibly. I want to know.
I mean,
so they just exited, and extracted. Do they build on Pulse Chain by chance?
No. If they did that, they wouldn't have shown their face.
Oh, have you seen some of the people at this conference?
Okay.
I mean,
hey, all right.
Lots of people come and go for 6 year. Crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
I feel old now. I was 33 when I started. Now I'm 40.
85.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had one kid when it started. Now I've got 4.
We were just babies, and yeah.
You have had a lot of children in that time period. That is for sure.
My body's showing it.
I have been impressed by that each go around.
Somebody's got to buy your guys' freaking Hex bags. Those 15-year stakes aren't going to buy themselves, guys. I'm trying to get my kids on board. Pay for your guys' stakes.
Well, I appreciate your service, sir.
Yes.
Yes, and for the ones who are still here, because I think Big K and I have talked about this on recent shows, and it is the actual true strength of this community is the community. It's the people in it that have stuck it out. They're still here. I mean, Hexo, you're here. Coffee was still here. At least he tried to be. He's here in spirit. Big K's here. We still have a core group that have stuck around, and the Pruvex sacrifice, I think, is still a good indication of that. A lot of guys, OGs put into it and believe, and we'll see where that goes. So that's
I got a lot of good comments about the Pruvex sacrifice, especially when it was dropped. It was like Next sacrifice, boys. Here we go. This is the one.
This is it.
All the people that I onboarded, they were thrilled. They were
Yes.
like, another sacrifice? Get me in.
If you love Pulse Chain and Pulse X, you're gonna love ProveX.
Yeah, that's you know that is that's how they felt. I agree. I don't know, everyone was super thrilled. But you know that's again the fact that I couldn't even bring it up to several of these people is probably part of the reason why it's going to do pretty well.
No, I think you're right, which is why I think it's the funniest part. It's just because it was like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even gonna call that guy. He was,
Yeah, I can't even. Ooh, that's going to be a tough conversation.
yeah. Doing what?
And like some of the people that like they just haven't even paid attention. Like no, they don't even know. And I'm like, hey, you know, let's saddle back up, baby. Let's put it back in.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting conundrum there, because it's like I've come to the point to where I think I've just like totally cut myself off from recommending crypto to people anymore, just because of the volatility and stuff going to zero, or not getting off the mat, or
it was
whatever.
probably the same thing back in the day where it's like we got into Hex early, but it still went. When you tried to shill Hex for the first time, most people laughed at me. Yes. When it was at 0.00001 or whatever it was,
100%.
5 zeros, and they were just like, sure, dude. And then it went up 10,000x, and people at 20 cents were like, hey, bro, why didn't you try to get me in? It was like,
oh yeah,
literally laughed at me when I took. Like
I was trying to give
laughed
people,
at me. I was trying to give friends 10,000 hex away to people. Like, hey, if you want to try it, here's 10,000 hex. And then 10,000 hex was like $5,000 at the top, you know.
I remember putting my little business cards into a check at a restaurant that we were at with some friends at a wedding, and they were like, my friends were just clowning the shit out of me, just like, you're so dumb. And it was like, this is like, you know, end of January, right before COVID. So it was like, it was probably the last thing I did before COVID was going to this wedding. And I was just like, I don't know, man. And then, like maybe a year and a half later, both of them being like, what the fuck, bro? Why didn't you tell me? Like I literally did. I
did tell you.
Had the card. You remember the card? And then you were like, ha. You were like, ha. It was like serious Nelson vibes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that, and we have video proof, and if Coffee was here, he could also say this. Like, there is videos. I know Hexo, did live streams pretty much every single freaking day.
No, not pretty much. I did them every day.
Yeah, you did. You did. When did you start? Like right
off the gate.
I started doing videos.
Yeah, you were like faceless to begin with.
Yeah, faceless. I had like a doctor and like a thing, and then like for the first 2 weeks or something, and I was like, I'm just gonna live stream. This is this is too hard to put a video together.
And then you went on the streak, and
572 days straight. Yeah,
it was amazing. And, so we have video proof of, nobody can say, well, you didn't tell me about it. Well, you were on for 570 some days, telling people about it, so they could never say anything to the contrary.
Yeah, wow. I only got like 3 people in.
You probably changed 3 lives.
That I personally know. I'm like showing them. They're like, dude, I know you. I'm not bad. Like, what? I've never came to you with any, because I've never done financial stuff or anything like that, or shilled anything like, I was an Avon salesman or something beforehand or something, but not that Avon's bad or anything if you guys are into that type of thing, but I wasn't the seller type beforehand. So I was like, guys, I've never tried to shill you anything. You just buy this one thing. They should have
done it.
And then they did it 20 cents and now they're pissed.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well.
I mean, that's
no, it's not my problem, I guess.
Yeah, that's they can't, it's a timing thing.
It is crazy how many people started messaging me when it was like 10, 20 cents.
Well, that is the power of green candle technology. And people can hate on it, but it is a thing.
No, we need to codify that.
Yeah.
But I mean, there were different things at play. I think, we've had a lot of things working against us. I mean, most of them are obvious, like, founder and, legal matters, which are getting settled, hopefully, over time. And then he was very active and, has not been since. And I think that's a huge factor. I know he might tweet about it and say, that's not that's not a huge marketing effect. I will disagree. I will die on that hill. It is totally wrong. You see Elon Musk out running a $1 trillion+ company, and he does podcasts and Q&As and live streams, and it's a form of marketing for him. Like, people take clips and put it all over social media and YouTube and comment on it. It causes discussion. So if we could ever get that back, I think that is like it's an unbeatable form of marketing in crypto, especially. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope we get it. Yeah.
I think it'll come. I think that it's mostly the Interpol stuff that is probably the biggest factor that he doesn't stream. But I mean, yeah. I mean, and plus, even if he did stream, we've seen what happens. He, puts a video out and it goes up 5%, and then, the minute it's been out for 30 minutes, it goes right back down.
You mean one of the recorded ones?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I think that in a bear market, streaming wouldn't really matter. Like, what if he was streaming a year ago? Would it really matter to where we're at right now? Maybe we'd be up a little bit higher, but honestly, I don't think that it would be like.
I don't think we would have had.
I still would think we'd be wrecked. Like some of these guys, I feel like they just want to kill it. Yeah. They just want to get out, and they're just selling no matter what. $10,000 clips, and
that would have been muted a little bit, I think.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
That causes some people to just throw up their hands and be like, all right, this guy's clearly given up, or at least in their minds, and then that causes capitulation, which is
maybe we want that though.
If you're in it for the long term, that's
less people to buy up against, though. If you're actually buying these new guys, when they come in, we want to buy them at 10 cents again, or do they want to be buying at the prices that we bought and then write up something? I mean, it sucks for everybody that bought up at those prices, but yeah, I get it on both. I get both sides. I do. Yeah, I'm like a little spit roast Hexo over here. I get it on both sides.
Well, now we have another product in the mix that could cause some news and views with ProveX. So maybe that's just what we needed, and that marks the bottom. Maybe we've already seen the bottom. Who knows?
How much was sacrificed for ProveX?
$400 million.
$400 bajillion.
I don't know if it was that in total with the recent sacrificing.
Yeah, I think it was unless the tracker was wrong, but
is it over now? I literally don't track anything.
I think it's
anymore.
tomorrow night, right?
No, it's one more day.
Yeah,
we're at the final days of the
22 hours from now, I believe.
21 hours and 40 minutes.
Yes.
It says $403 million of value, but I would like to see a time basis on that. Like, how much is in for the volume bonus? Because that was, versus what
it was like at 16 before everything jumped.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, once the volume bonus started, or the ended, or whatever, the first 15 days or whatever, that's when I was just like, all right, well, I got my money in, so I don't I don't care. Whatever happens after this is whatever happens.
Yeah,
it was
120,000 ETH came in from Tornado. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's interesting though, the way that the point scaling was done. So it's like this time around, because it was such a shorter sacrifice, and the jump in price, per $10 per 10,000 points went up so quickly. Like, the amount of supply that was absorbed from these Tornado Cash inputs in actual supply was a lot less than you had than previous sacrifices. The other sacrifices, there's a much higher supply eaten up. So that's something to think about. There's a lot less of the supply that was taken, as well as your rate for whoever did sacrifice beforehand, the amount of points overall went from like 3, because like the value that went in was millions, hundreds of millions of whatever dollars worth of value, but the amount of points that were created went from like 200 and something, not to maybe 300 million, a trillion, to 1.2 trillion. So like it went up about a scale of 4 for what is a lot bigger sacrifice in value, so like that moves everybody else's like I would imagine, at least by market cap standards, everybody else's value that they put in would be worth 4x more right out the gate or so.
I like it when Richard buys all the supply, or whoever this OA randomly buys the supply, because then they're not selling, but all little weekend lettuce boys. Oh my gosh. I can't hold on to anything.
But at least with this one, there's a lot less people that can sell.
16 million worth of sell pressure
compared to how many other millions
much
with the other.
Yeah, you're right. So Richard put out today, what did he put out? Like, how would you release a coin $0 on the first day, and how would you release it so it wouldn't really? And then he said, what was the other one? What was the other tweet?
I don't know. Matt might be able to pull them up, but yeah.
Would you release it at $0 and keep it that way for a day? And then the other one was, how would you look the liquidity?
Yeah, the liquidity.
How much liquidity would you add and to where? Or what's a good amount?
Yeah, there were some interesting.
I said as low as possible to the hardest to get to change.
Yeah. Well, and then it's like, I wonder if this is going to release a lot sooner than, like in the next few days.
Tomorrow at 7:01 p.m.
Yeah. Possibly. I mean, that's why you'd be asking us liquidity, or we get a 2 more weeks, era, like another era for everybody.
I mean, there might be some time to like
the tweets that we had there. Geniuses. What are your favorite ideas for making sure the ProveX launches at 0 and trades at 0? Yeah. So.
And you know why he had to put the second tweet? Because there's some idiots that are like, $0. What do you mean $0? It's like, oh gosh. I put in $5 into this thing. You're telling me it's coming out at 0?
Yeah. And you could, I mean,
because last time the way that it worked was that you could, like, Pulse and PulseX were worth nothing on day one because they weren't connected to anything.
There was no bridge. Yeah.
So how, like, again, it makes it trickier. That's a good question to ask, really, because
yeah.
And
I've still been trying to think about how to do it.
Start a new chain.
I mean, there was
that you don't bridge to it.
Yeah.
Couple really in-depth liquidity providing responses. I think Rags to Riches had one. Jexa had one. I mean, there's probably
this brilliant man had one. Definitely came up with it myself. Definitely.
This guy.
I didn't ask ChatGPT anything to how to do it.
You vibe coded that one.
Yeah, I vibe coded it. It works every time. Yeah, so I don't know. It is pretty interesting. I think that we'll probably get it a lot sooner than like a pulse chain release, just because
it feels that way.
Yeah, well, like what he already mentioned.
Yeah, I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to say nothing, guys. I have no idea when it's coming out. Okay,
I'm not talking the actual like proof.
No, but he did make comment that the tokens could come out way before the product this time around. So, that's. I would expect it to. I would expect, but again, have I been the wrongest wrong that ever wronged the longest? Hell yeah.
Yeah, we've all been there. Don't worry. I thought 10 cents was the bottom.
The bottom.
This is it, boys. 10 cents. We ain't going any lower.
No, I felt like that. A penny even. I was like, oh man, I can't go back below.
How about a tenth of 10 cents? How about a tenth of that?
Yeah. Now I just weep into my pillow of all of my things that I've said.
Hold me, children.
So
silly things.
Just don't take any advice from guys that are on the internet. We are literally in the dark, just like you guys. So we're just random dudes on the internet.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, I hope that it comes out soon. I mean, It'd be cool if it came out before this bull market, which everybody, that's another topic. There you go. Have we already passed the bull market, guys? Are we in the bear market? That's what I've been hearing. Everything's going back down. We have to be in the bear market, right? Bitcoin is going down to $15,000, and that's it for us.
I think that this is different. I think that something about this cycle
is different.
It's different this time, Big K.
I mean, it's not that. It's
don't do it. Go away.
All right. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe we go straight back down all the way to $1,200 for Ethereum. But like, there's been a lot of people who bought this shit this year. Like, I mean, we didn't have retail buy. We didn't have any retail buy from all the way from 1,800 up to $4,000 or whatever. So where's the money come from? It's people that are willing to defend probably the prices that they're purchasing at pretty heavily. The Tom Lees and Michael Saylors of the world. And so I think that they're going to want to dump on somebody first. So I think that we go up still, like, maybe not tomorrow or whatever, but like, I think Ethereum sees higher prices. I mean, like, I think that you're already seeing rates coming down.
It'd be the worst bull run that we've ever had.
Yeah, the macro backdrop.
Literally the dumbest bull run.
Macro backdrop.
Other than Bitcoin going up, it's like Ethereum didn't hit an all-time new high.
Well, barely touched. Like,
okay, if we want to call it an all-time.
That's
new
not.
No, didn't even stay there for like more than a day. It was like. So it was like the.
So that's why it doesn't feel like it feels like. The things are going to end up extended another year at least. Like we'll see, a bull run this year more likely than last year. That's definitely was. I mean, we saw a lot down last year. So like, I mean, I don't know.
This is the year, boys. We've been saying that since 2022.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of better macro backdrop, but who knows? You're right. We could go back down again. Who knows if I can?
Well, I think that you're right. Like, nobody was buying anything but Bitcoin. I feel like back in the day. So it's like they're like Big K. Cabana. How long have you been in crypto? Like since 2017, 2018?
Yep.
Okay, so like we've been all through like at least 2 or 3 bull runs. Like. Usually you see like coins randomly just go up, 1,000% in a day, and you're like, what the heck happened to that one? And then it goes down a little bit. And then another coin goes up 1,000% in a day. And you didn't see any of that really. I mean, maybe it was the pump fund type things, other than that. But talking about bigger coins with bigger market caps that are harder to push than just these little tiny, $10,000 market cap coins.
No, most of the big name coins, like top 100 coins that were out there, did not do they weren't things to be holding the cycle either.
Anything. Right. Yeah. Like Solana did pretty good, but and really it didn't do that good. Like I'm talking about bull run.
I mean, it had its cycle in the beginning of the things in 2024, but like since 2024's top, no, it has not. It's not gone past that. It didn't go. It's 50% down from $300+ or whatever.
And it started at like what 8, and even that is pretty weak for a bull run. Like a 20x is nothing in a bull run. Like we've seen just crazy, 100. I mean, Hex did a 10,000x. That's what you're supposed to be seeing. Like 100x on these coins, 200x, 500x is on just coins, and you're just like not seeing that. I mean, XRP. Barely hit an all-time high. These big coins that are in the top 100 should be at least hitting some all-time highs.
Bigger highs.
Yeah.
And I think that comes with retail money coming in when people start feeling like they have more money to spend, and
Yeah.
Well, that and I mean,
we're not there yet.
I mean, even though we have like the macro that is still coming in, we're going to get rate cuts, and we have a crypto-friendly government. Even more legislation might be favorably passed in our near future. We're competing against hot money with the AI revolution, so a lot of money's going into AI stocks, all that stuff, and then so many more. I mean, crypto has been so easy to launch. Anybody can make a coin nowadays. So there's so much diluted energy.
Right.
And it's like, okay, you know, everybody's buying their favorite meme, and this didn't exist, you know, 6-7 years ago.
Right.
The supplies, you know, were way lower. You had time to get your head around a story of like a polka dot or something, multi-chain, and you know, all that. Well, that's the ticket, and then chain link, and you know, you could actually factor in and understand, you know, something's utility. And now it's just like, oh, buy my dog dick butt.
Well, I
you
don't
know?
even think people like crypto that much anyway. I think that they just liked it as a gambling thing, and now gambling is like crazy taken off. You can gamble on anything.
That's another
Yeah.
one, like prediction markets.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Prediction
economic
markets.
energy has gone there as well. So,
Dude, I saw a thing where you could gamble in your credit card on your credit card balance. You could do like a double or nothing. I was like, what? That is
It's the new
not
crypto.
good. That is not good. Yes, because people are like, dude, well, I just want to get rich doing something, and then and you know, the poly market and stuff. It's like, dude, you could just okay, this is going to be tomorrow or something. You could just put a bet on it, and then it goes by tomorrow, and then you can either take the money or go. You don't have to wait for a crypto cycle. You don't have to sit there and wait.
Yeah.
So,
well,
and
that's
people
why
hate waiting. Unfortunately for Hexicans.
I think that's why, like,
Sneakers.
the ones that will succeed are the ones with the most powerful community and outspoken founder, knowledgeable founder, whatever, most marketable founder. Like, you know, I know some people don't want to hear that, but it is like the competition is so great now for, you know, the hot money sloshing around. It's AI, it's prediction markets, it's, you know, everything else that we've been talking about, you know, 40,000 different coins out there. Like, what separates, you know, this community? And we have to point to our strengths, and it certainly is, you know, the people in it. You know, I think Big K and I think Buck might be on next. They had, you know, some really good onboarding ideas about you know, going to conferences and using the tablet marketing and stuff like that, or, you know, just various things like that. Because, you know, anybody knows who's hung around or been at a live event, this community, like, you can't hate us if you meet us live. Like, it is like we are the coolest, funnest community out there. I'm sorry, I've been there.
Goofiest.
Yes, goofiest as well. I will take it.
Whether we're entertaining because we're fun or because we're a train wreck, doesn't really matter. There's a reason for you to keep paying attention to us.
Or we throw really good parties.
Yeah,
we do that too.
Who's that really goofy dude that is the crypto? Like, he's got the really big nose and he does the stupid faces. I can't remember. He's on Twitter.
Oh, I know who you're. I don't know the dude's name.
You know who I'm talking about, though?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that guy is great at just like if he. I don't know if he has a coin or whatever. Choose Rich Nick. Okay,
Rich Nick. Yeah, I think that's his name.
I don't know what his name is, but he's like good at marketing. I don't know if he's a founder of some coin or anything like that, but I just like see his stuff and I'm like, dude.
Oh yeah, he was like,
he gets the point like across. Everybody hates his face, but it's like he gets more followers. Yeah, like it was kind of like Richard's hate, you know, when everybody hated him for the outlandish marketing that he did back in the day, the hate marketing. A lot of people hated it back in 2022. A lot of people sold because of it, which I think was all planned. I don't know if it was, but I think that people are still using those memes today of Richard with the huge bags, you know, walking with the Louis Vuitton. They still use them today, and they're not even part of our community. And it's like, yeah, see, this is it's something that it is forever. Like, you want staying power. So I think it's awesome. Rich knows what to do. Okay, Rich Nick. Yes,
Nick knows.
Yes.
Play on words.
What you did there. No, it's true. I agree. I think that is some of the stuff that we have, and I think with a new product coming out that might be, you know, I've actually seen I've been doing some research on what the competitive competition, or the, I guess, the thing that we're forked from ProveX is the ZK P2P stuff. And like there's some legit power in the technology and
Explain
ways
it
to
to
make
me.
money. I mean, there's
I don't
already
know.
people.
I'm not
There's
trying
already
to give
people.
it gotcha. I really don't know.
There's already people using the ZK P2P technology to do what is crypto swapping. And if you're a liquidity provider for it and readily moving things, you can actually make pretty decent yield on it too. And it's basically, it is exactly what said. You can switch crypto through. Where is the whole different list of them all? There's a bunch of different places, Venmo and all different places where people can go use ZKP2P to switch on ramp USD in 60 seconds. Basically, that's their little pitch. And there's PayPal, Monzo, Wise, Cash App, Venmo, Revolut are all ways that you can use. And
did you say Wise?
Wise?
Yeah. Not
not the cooking.
not what you're thinking about. There's another.
Okay.
Damn it! He got us. He got us.
Payment. He got us.
That's
the payment processor
out
there.
He won after all. Peter got us, boys. There's an OG. Most people won't get that one. Most people won't get the Peter.
That's unwise of you, Big K.
Oh man, no, I shouldn't even. But no, there is definitely people making a spread off of the volume that's going through there, and a decent amount of volume. It's nothing, it's not like massive by any standards yet, but I don't think this has been promoted very well, or as or at all really.
Well, that's the thing. Like this is new, so it will require like promotion. So it's like you're going to launch something without some sort of marketing. And I thought it was rather curious that the tablets, they don't mention anything about this, because I guess this was actually launched or announced after Pump.Tires was put on there, Hex, Pulse Chain. So that something, there's going to have to be some sort of marketing effort. The word's got to get out somehow, because this thing's launching. It wouldn't make sense to launch something without any word getting out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree.
I hope,
but there is definitely. I mean, this is a thing that does work. So, like when I think that we should have, if we have tokens quickly, we should have a product, relatively quickly to market. Because it's going to be this hasn't taken off yet. You're talking, $300,000 of weekly volume going through it. Last week. So it's not like it's a ton yet, but like it is definitely something that's growing. And
there is a burn, right? So,
I don't know about on ours. There is. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about theirs in that regard as far as token goes. I don't think they have.
Oh yeah, I was just pointing to ours, but yes.
No, I was looking at theirs, and theirs does not have that. It does have, some 1,000 users in the past, whatever. So it's not like, again, it's nothing massive. I think we could be much bigger, and I think the use case is for sure there. And from what I'm seeing on rates and everything like that, like it's very favorable for people to use this over most other small time solutions. Like as far as cost goes, like if you're going to use, Moon Swap or whatever, one of those other ones, Changelly or something like that, you're going to pay way more in fees for using that than you will using this. So,
what website is this?
That you guys are on?
Yeah,
ProveX.
Yeah.
What?
ProveX?
This is ProveX.com?
This is ProveX, the one that we're there. You guys are looking at. Yes. The one I was looking at was.
Oh, yeah. I knew that.
Yeah.
Sacrifice now.
You got one more day to do it, folks. You got one more day.
Yeah. Well, maybe don't sacrifice now. Maybe just wait till buy it. But you can do whatever you want.
I don't know. Maybe, wait till the
we're not giving
price
any
comes down a little
bit
here. Yeah, that's not what we do here. We don't. You do what you want to do. I'm going to tell you your options, maybe, but
Yeah.
damned if I'm telling you what to do.
Yep. So how are we supposed to get crypto hyped again? That's what I don't sacrifice now. Okay. Maddie,
Yeah, sorry.
I mean,
yeah, I did not mean that. Yeah, do not. That is financial advice. Do not.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting the shittiest rate. You probably can buy it on the initial dump better, but
yeah. Not financial advice there
not
either.
financial advice.
Yeah,
it would be cool if there wasn't that this time, but
right. But I agree with Maddie. Do not sacrifice now. It's probably not in your best interest. So,
but you could.
You could. The option is there. The button.
We're not going to hold your hand on this one.
We're not going to. No.
So how do we get crypto back in the mainstream? That's what I want to know, because it really has taken like a back seat now. Everything else is, nobody really cares. You don't really hear anything.
I say there's got to be some sort of AI play, man. We got to have like AI using crypto to make it easier to facilitate, like through the ProveX thing, maybe make it easier to move your money around with just. I could be like, hey, send X amount of dollars to this address, and it'll move from my Chase account straight over to the crypto into an address. You can make things move that seamlessly.
Ease of use. I think that's it. You're hitting it, Big K. It's ease of use.
Ease of use thing. Mm-hmm. Because right now, I mean, it still is harder than it needs to be.
Yep. And the first one to accomplish that's a huge box to check. And whatever chain or coin or whatever makes utility so easy and understandable for the common user, that's the winner right there. It's like I said, there's like 40,000 whatever, how many thousands and thousands of memes and just garbage crap out there, and something needs to separate it, and it's got to be, you have to have some sort of utility with ease of use, I think.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. I wait 13 days to unstake my hex stake, so after they've come due. So I'm always like, I don't want to get it out right now. I don't care. And then day 13 comes around. I'm like, all right, today I have to do that because day 14 you start getting penalized. I'm not gonna take the penalties, but yeah, I mean it's ease of use is probably the best idea, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I think I think it's what everybody wants right now, and what everyone's seeking with the AI tools that are becoming increasingly popular.
But is the ease of use getting on a centralized exchange?
I don't know. No, probably not necessarily.
But we just sacrificed. Let's just say there were $16 million in the sacrifice. I know that there's 400.
Let's just
say there was only $15 million. Let's just say 10. How much of that would it cost to get on the Coinbase? How much does it cost to get on Coinbase? I'm just asking questions.
I don't know. I mean, according to them, they don't charge, and they list blah blah blah.
You have to fill out your application and all that.
Oh yeah, right. I've tried that.
I know.
And then it's like, if you're the founder, please do this. And I'm like, well, I'm not the founder, so we have to get Richard to do it.
Yeah, well, AI says that it costs nothing to get listed on Coinbase because that also lies to you. So
you better not talk about our overlords like that. They're coming for us. No, I think that getting on Coinbase is probably the best ease of use case. Literally.
Yeah, that is a solid one. I mean, I think that for all crypto,
just get into Pulse Chain, if you could buy Pulse Chain on Coinbase,
expands the user base immediately.
Yes, immediately, and then they can send it over to Pulse Chain if they want to mess around or whatever, and then they can buy Hex or whatever they want to do, or any other big exchange. I'm not just saying Coinbase, but Coinbase is the one most Americans use, which is where all the money is. Sorry, India. But that's where all the money is.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I think that if your bank account's interest rate was under 2% again, then people would also be very interested in. If it was under 3%, even people would be much more interested in risk on assets.
Yielders,
yielders would look for yield somewhere else. And that might be in crypto. I think that's another way that things change for the better, which it's slowly happening. I think you have to wait another year for it to be anywhere near where that's severely attractive, but coming.
Yeah, I mean, even yield on stables in some places isn't bad right now.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I mean.
on home base,
Is
it's
as long as
3%,
you
right?
can get 5 to 10% on your dollars somewhere, then people aren't that inclined to go buy something else.
So now that you've said that, what is the interest rate on Hex with everything staked? Is it that?
Is it like 9 or something percent?
I don't know.
If
I
you're,
don't know the percentage, but it's like 1.5 hex per T share or something like that.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I just don't know what the percentage is.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual percentage is.
Repeated buys on Coinbase is super convenient. Yeah, it is. It is.
Yep.
What would you say is a good sized bag of Hex, Pulse, PulseX, Ink, and ProveX?
Ooh,
I don't know.
I mean, it depends
1
on
billion, 1 billion of Pulse and PulseX, and at least 5 million of Hex. That seems doable at these prices.
Yeah.
What is 5
That
million Hex? I don't know what
is
5
doable.
million Hex is, but
I mean, if you
grand,
10 million Hex is like
Well-
what, 37 grand or something like that, 38.
5 million Hex. We got to do big
like 15.
numbers so big.
Under 15.
Or 28. So it'd be like, I mean,
14 grand. 14 grand for 5
14
million Hex.
14
and a
grand,
billion.
5 million Hex. And a billion Pulse is only 16 grand. And a billion PulseX is
So
like
just
12 grand.
100 grand, guys.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all.
What, you can't do
16
100 grand? You can't just throw 100 grand into something right now? You don't believe?
I think that's only like it's 42,000, but no, I feel you. That's and then ProveX. I don't know. I mean, like
the economy is wrecked. I don't know. Trump tries to, and I love Trump, but Trump saying that everything's going great, it kind of sucks. Because like little guys, I'm like, I go to the grocery store and spend like $2,000 a month on groceries with 4 kids. It sucks.
That's because you're pumping out like a baby a year, man.
Yeah, well, I gotta keep it going. I'm just saying the average household isn't
and that's an interesting
most people aren't doing like they don't got them stimmies. They need them government stimmies to
yeah, and that's coming, I think.
Hopefully.
We'll get that. You've noticed the change in rhetoric regarding affordability because that was the talking point on the left. So Trump and his administration has just taken that ball and run with it. So they're doing everything from housing to beef, like, changing around tariffs, like trying to make things more affordable because people are looking at this, the housing thing, and, putting it out there, Blackstone and BlackRock shouldn't be able to buy, houses anymore because they're going after that entire narrative. So that's
great. Remember last year when eggs were $36 for the thing at Costco, and now it's like $11 now. it's really nice. But yeah, I mean, prices have come down on some things. Some things definitely suck still, but yeah, it's still pretty unaffordable for most people. That's what sucks for the little guys that they have $1,000 in their bank account and they want to get in, and you're like,
well, I mean, you're also speaking on the crypto side too, because like if you've been solely into crypto, then like you're pretty much wrecked. If you've like had some exposure to some stock market stuff, you're probably not doing too bad. I mean, the markets have gone up aside from the as long as you didn't get caught offside on the tariff tantrum. You've been in a lot of these names, and I think they'll continue to perform. Like we're in the middle of like a revolution. There's going to be big dips and volatility along the way, but we're in a thick of like a really nice tech revolution right now. So
and not only that, but I guess they're supposed to get $21 trillion invested into the American economy. So that'll be pretty nice if that actually happens. Some things are just said. What was the questions that we were asked. Can we send tablets to Greenland for when they get 100,000 each? Yeah,
Right.
great idea. Great idea.
Free charge. Here's 100 grand. Oh, and here's a tablet.
And just get the leaks of those names in the Greenland. There's only how many people live on Greenland? Like 50,000.
That's only like it's not 40,000, 50,000.
Yeah. Is that a massage chair in the back?
It is a massage
Dude,
chair.
that looks like a spaceship. It looks like you're going into freaking what is that? Ready Player One?
There's Neo in the Matrix, and he's got it.
Bro's got it all. That's freaking awesome. That thing must feel really nice.
Does
it do anything else?
Does not suck. No, it doesn't. Does not come with that attachment.
Well, I would have to buy. I would put the extra couple grand in for that attachment.
The microphone that comes down.
Yeah. You can make videos. All right, let's go on to the next question. Well, I guess it's 4%. Yield is 4%.
That's what I was about to go to. There you go.
4%.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maddie.
Which is not that bad. I mean, it's better than inflation. Supposedly.
Yeah, depending on the year.
Yeah. Well, 2 years ago, it was pretty bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although the government said it was only 3%, so the Fed said it was like 3 or 4%. That's not, they never lie to us. So I'm glad
they never lie.
They've never lied to me. Okay,
they never manipulate the data.
Nope. They don't do that.
I've never fallen for the propaganda, not even once. I served in the Marines. I went to Iraq. I did it. 9/11 happened just the way they said. Sorry, Maddie, if this stream gets kicked off.
Yeah, we're agreeing.
We are staying. We're on topic. We just have a lot of laughs in between.
AI mass layoffs will drive crypto and stock markets to the moon, but then you'll have protests, riots, violence breaking out. Maybe that is going to be crazy when AI starts taking everybody's jobs. Not that this is an AI stream, but yeah, I could do a whole hour on that.
I mean, I could too, but I'm not sure I follow the idea that crypto and stock markets would necessarily like moon if everybody is immediately out of jobs. Like, I feel like a lot of people would have to sell their things if they lose their
What about universal basic income? That's going to have to happen, and then those people are going to go, well, I would like to put it into something that
they're going to be able to. So then you're telling me that with their UBI, because they can't fucking eat, that they're going to be able to spend that money on crypto now?
Yeah.
How does that shit work?
Don't fight it, Kurkowski. Don't fight it, okay?
I mean, I want to believe. I'm all for it. Like,
Okay. We got a naysayer in the good chat. Get him
out.
Get a crypto copy his ass.
I'm just trying to follow this all the way through.
No, I think
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no.
UBI will be enough to get people on. Like, it'll be enough to people can afford their bills, and then they'll have a little bit left over, maybe.
Well, I think that some of the argument is from the AI side is that we'll have such wild advancements in things, and costs will come down so dramatically that it won't cost nearly as much to, all these, the food prices will come down, and all these, that's the utopia idea that people want to spring to.
And who knows how long it will take to get to that point. But
they're calling you Big K, and K stands for Big Conspiracy now.
I try to engage in as little conspiracy theory as possible, but
no, I see what you're saying.
It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen next year or whatever.
If we have an AI overlord, it will.
Overlord, yeah, sure. Yeah, yes. In that instance,
Zoltan.
There you go. But I mean, a way to hedge it. I mean, if you are absolutely terrified of AI, then buy yourself some Nvidia, buy yourself some Tesla. buy yourself some physical AI stuff that will end up taking over your jobs, like robotics and stuff like that. So if you are that terrified, go buy some of that stuff, and then maybe you can sleep at night. And but yeah, I mean, it is like a weird thing to think about. I think like you would want to at least hedge your future. Don't do it all with crypto. But obviously Hexo wants you to, or at least save all your money for crypto in the future. But seriously speaking, you want to hedge yourself a little bit if that is a worry of yours. If all the jobs are gone, everybody's on UBI in like 10, 15 years, I have a hard time believing that. But if you think that's the case, buy some AI stuff, and that way you're
Clip it, boys. Clip that.
You're hedged against it. So it is, a competitive landscape for the next maybe, what is it, 3-5 years? What does Raoul Powell say? The economic singularity. If that theory holds true, then 5 years from now, we're all on an even playing field. So what do you have? Everybody throw your cards down. You're not making any more money if you're super rich or poor or whatever. It's you got what you got, because everybody's gonna make the same amount because everybody's got robots, and so it's a weird thing to think about. Like
Oak Smith in the chat had a good idea. We all need to open up daycares.
Yes, there it is.
And we can become millionaires.
That's Jerry.
This is a better idea than just making any crypto, guys. We make a daycare, a crypto for daycares.
I was gonna say a daycare meme coin, but okay.
Or that. I mean, we can, I'll let's start rolling things into Richard Hart. Let's get into his comments, see what he wants to do. Maybe he can fork a daycare.
Make it like a national like
LEAR. Yeah, there it is. We got it. It's done. Let's make it.
This is gonna be hot, boys. This is gonna be a hot one. We gotta fork it
right now.
We can't make our own. We have to fork a daycare. That's the only problem.
No. The Pulse Chain Leering Center.
Well, that's a good hour, boys.
Yep, that was good.
We did it.
We are leering the community.
We're leering it. Yeah, leer.
Yeah.
I think it would be a big hit.
I'm in.
I mean, somebody's going to do it by now, because I mean, Cryfag, how long did it take for that to come out?
Yeah,
it was like minutes, right?
Yeah.
After Richard posted that. So
yeah, that was a good one though.
Yeah,
I mean, it was.
I had me a good laugh for like 5 minutes. I was like,
yes, I mean, but that's the problem with crypto. Maybe just like right there, it's like, oh, somebody just went out and made a coin. A bunch of people put their perhaps cores, like a Pulse or something, buying that crap, trying to chase a pump. And then whoever created that, I'm not saying it happened, but somebody dumped it, somebody bought, somebody sold, but just times that by hundreds or thousands of just weird coins, people selling their cores for it. And then, you're wrecked. And that's basically Richard, I think, kind of conveys that, over his videos and tweets. It's like, all right, you're selling your cores. Why?
But there are some people that don't do that. Like me, unfortunately. Sometimes I feel like, damn, I wish that could have been me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I like my cores. I like my
cores, but I wish I had 100x of them.
Oh yes,
I doing one meme coin.
Yeah, I love my ink and my Pulse Chain, Pulse X, all that stuff, and Hex. But yeah,
what's up, Maddie?
I agree.
Hey. So what kind of price do we have to have in Hex to get Hexo and everybody else streaming again regularly? Got 10 cents.
Yeah. You get 10 cents on the board. I will stream every day. I will stream every day until it's not 10 cents anymore. You boys can pump it up to that. We got a deal.
It's gonna take the 10:01, and then the next day it's gonna be like 9:99.
I'm done. End stream. No.
Well, I really appreciate you guys for coming on here. This is the 6th annual time that we've done this, and you guys have all participated over the years, and so really appreciate it.
Yep, no problem, Maddie.
Yeah,
where can people find more of your guys' content as long as the price does well enough?
You can find mine on Twitter because I'm on there perpetually on the internet. So you guys should just. But if you're gonna cry about stuff, you probably don't want to follow me. So if you don't like a joke here and there.
Hexologist31 on Twitter.
Oh yeah, there we go. I guess that's what mine is.
You can find me at Big Kurkowski on Twitter, and if you want to cry, you can cry to me. I don't mind. It's fine. You can just leave him out of it.
Yeah, if you're a grown man, please cry to Big K. Don't cry to me.
Yeah.
I have no time or patience for that. Even the Telegram rooms are just like awful to look at. But yeah, Cabana Crypto. I will tease tomorrow's show because Maddie's next guest will be on.
Ooh.
So we are doing a happy hour tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, and looking forward to Buck and Dylan coming up and talking on the Hex conference. So thank you again, Maddie.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Maddie, for putting it on.
Sounds great. Yeah. Thanks, guys. And we'll have a 1-minute interlude here before we bring up our next speakers. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term. So you can keep your shirt on. So you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Welcome, guys.
Hello, Maddie.
Hello, Maddie.
Thank you so much for coming on the 6th annual Hex conference. You guys have free reign to discuss everything Hex and PulseX or ProveX, sorry, because you guys have had the most successful pool here, raised many millions of dollars, and so I'm hoping on the eve now of the last moments for the origin address to sacrifice for ProveX, maybe you guys can give us a lay of the land, and I'll let you take it away for the next hour.
Thanks, Maddie.
All right, that sounds wonderful, Maddie. Dylan, why don't you take it away, buddy?
Sure.
I'll just put a little egg timer on, and I'll come back in about 55 minutes. See how you do.
Sure. Yeah. So the pool did pretty good, right? I mean, we raised or we helped.
We were feeling pretty good about our position.
We're a little cute, in my opinion. I think we're a little cute. Yeah. We're big, but we're cute.
Yeah, we're big but cute. But then yeah, everybody's been really bummed out because some jerk came and put $300 million or something like that in the pool at the last minute.
Man, I wonder who that could be.
So we're diluted, Dylan. Oh no.
Oh fuck, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been fielding that one for the past week.
I know.
Yeah. So what's your like summary of those events? I guess. Yeah, you go ahead.
I'll say this. I wish Richard sacked during the multiplier bonus because it would have actually helped us. Because none of his sacks are over $1.5 million. It's all just separate wallets. So that's a very interesting point. We could have probably been at 3. So everybody would have been better off, which would have been cool.
Interesting. So obviously he's been sacking. We expected that. We've been right a lot about Richard lately. the multiplier didn't get squashed. That was something that people were, trying to FUD our pool about for a long time. But that obviously didn't happen either. And as you've now pointed out, even if he had sacrificed, it probably would have come from a whole bunch of different wallets. So that would have never been the intention. Yeah, it's interesting. I think Richard is obviously a fun guy to look at and think about. Today he's tweeting sort of, kind of forward-looking statements a little bit.
Yeah.
Talking about where would you like liquidity? On what day? Or like, do you think this should trade at 0 for a day or something like that? That I think that tells you he's thinking about
Gearing up.
Yeah, he's gearing up. What's your take on it, Dylan?
I mean, I think he's just trying to do a little like, hey, it's coming soon. Maybe it's a little FOMO thing because, like, in reality, okay, where else is he going to launch it? Probably on Pulse. I mean, I don't think he'll launch it on ETH. If it does, it's probably bad for everything else, is my guess. So I don't think he'll do that. But pairing liquidity and stuff, maybe he's open to something. Because the tried and true old method of just hooking everything together, maybe it's not working so well. I don't know. Maybe he's open to ideas there, but I don't fucking know. I think it's perhaps just more telling that it's probably coming sooner than later, in terms of like how fast he wants to get this out. He's not really tied down to the product launching. So, my take.
Yeah, I think to me that looks like the standard playbook. It's going to be thin liquidity, probably on Pulse chain, wrapped over to Ethereum. I thought about responding to that question, but I read it and kind of assumed it was rhetorical.
Sure.
Did you get the? He doesn't actually want people's advice on this, right? I don't think, but what I would
launch it anywhere else. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of have a view on this. If I had it my way, like, for one, I don't really care about what he does precisely at launch. That's for people that want to.
They want to pull a Moritz.
They want to pull a Moritz and cheat away. I'm not going to be worried about that part. But what I would like to see, if I had it my way, ProveX token would exist on Pulse chain, probably in the largest amounts, but I would have it exist natively on Ethereum and Solana, and probably a couple other things as well. I think that would actually be the right way to do it, and that can be done in a couple of ways. The reason I say this is because we want people to come buy the token, once it starts doing well, and having it natively exist on a few different chains, I think, is actually the better strategy for North Korea-ing the token. If it exists solely on Pulse chain, or even just solely on a Pulse chain and Ethereum wrapped over, it just doesn't quite have the same impact as being this sort of ubiquitous token that you can find everywhere. Dylan, can you think of any tokens that you can find kind of on every chain?
Stables.
Yeah, like USDC and Tether.
Sure.
Yeah, are those things popular?
Extremely.
Extremely, yeah. So I mean, like, it works for them. Why not try a risk token that's on every chain, right? Well, people will complain, oh, concentration, risk, or it needs to be decentralized, etc. But it's working really well for USDC and USDT. And you can put it in a DAO, but I happen to know a guy who thinks that concentration is a good thing.
True.
He thinks it's a fundamental. So, in that case, maybe we should try issuing it on, all the major chains: Ethereum, Pulse Chain, Solana, Base. You have your pick, and then it becomes a token that everybody all over the world can play with, and that helps them get to Pulse Chain. That helps them discover Pulse Chain. That helps them ultimately discover Hex, right? Like, I think that's what you want to have happen. So the metaphor I like to use is that Pulse Chain right now feels a bit like North Korea, right? There's only one road in, and it's through China, basically. In this metaphor, Ethereum is our China, right? So no one can really get to us, right? And that's not a good way to run things from an economic standpoint. You want your economy to feel more like a place like Singapore, where there's boats, there's a massive harbor, and ships from all over the world are coming in and out, right? Or better yet, like America, where you've got many ports, many airports, tons of railroad, and all sorts of commerce happening, right, all across the country. That's where you ultimately would like to be, and that's how you create a really massive economy. So what do we want? What do we want for Hex and Pulse Chain and all these things? We would like ProveX to basically sit everywhere and be a conduit to Pulse Chain, right? But that'd be kind of the ideal thing that could happen. Not saying that it will, but I think that's, to me, what we should aspire to do with ProveX. So people should be sitting on Base, see this token go up a lot, go, that's interesting. What is it? Oh, is that Richard Hart's new thing? Okay, I'll buy some just for the hell of it, right? And they learn a little bit more about the protocol. Oh, gee, this is interesting. We can send money, from point A to point C, right, via point B, which is Pulse Chain. Okay, cool. All right, that's a neat thing, right? Oh, while I'm at it, maybe I'll pick up some Hex on Pulse Chain for old time's sakes. I never really felt like using the bridge, but since I can do it via the protocol, and it's easy, and I don't really have to think too much about it. Maybe I'll pick up some Hex while I'm at it. Can't hurt. It's still a good brand. Could pump a lot at these prices, right? That's the kind of thing that you want to have happen. You want to have that happen basically, thousands of times per day, all over the world. So that's kind of what I'm hoping we'll see out of Richard. I don't expect that to happen on day one, but I would like to see something like that occur. I do think it's the best play, yeah, there'll be some person with a very low IQ hearing this going, oh no, you need to have everything on Pulse Chain, with my Hex pumps or my Pulse X pumps. It's like, no, buddy, you need to have people using this thing and caring about this thing and pushing its price up a ton, and creating interest in Pulse Chain so that you have a conduit for people to get to Pulse Chain in the first place. People aren't just going to go visit North Korea for fun. right? Like maybe like 1 or 2 people will, right? But why do they not visit? Because there's no roads in, because it's hard to get to. There's no flights that you can take.
Yeah.
Right. There's no, you need a visa. You want to make your thing easy to get to first. And, that's what we have to do. So I'm hoping that Prubex can be very helpful with that. And yeah, you don't want to be North Korea. Once again, I talk to a lot of these Mexicans, and they think, oh no, like we should just have no, we should be friends with nobody and expect price to go up, right? Like we should have no outreach and expect price to go up. That's how they see things, Dylan. And it's like, no, that's not how it works, buddy. You need to expand the tent. You need to bring in more people. You need to get more people interested in buying tokens. That's how they go up, right? So that doesn't happen with you sitting in your basement, insulting people and demanding that everything all the liquidity be on one chain. I don't think that's the right way to approach things. So yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but this is purely my own preference. If I have to guess, the token's going to be on Pulse chain, and it's going to be paired with Pulse primarily. That would be my guess. I don't know. What do you think, Dylan?
I mean, that's kind of what my intuition says, but I hope it's a little diversified in terms of with stables and ETH, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, of course it will. Of course it will be.
Yeah, I think logistically speaking, what you're asking for is a lot. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but I'm not sure he's going to do it. You might get the wrap stuff. I mean, he could probably do that pretty easily, right? Like you just,
well, he doesn't even have to do the wrap stuff. That can just happen via the bridge. But and I know what I'm asking for is a lot. It's not actually a lot. It's easy. But yeah, it's maybe more than he's willing to do. But it's actually really straightforward. You just have a few different contracts, right? And you have to have keys that you use to issue. So basically you burn on one side, you create on another, sure. Right? And this I know people get angry, go, keys, evil keys, but look, these things work. Yep. Right? Like it's not insane, right? Like it's you can create time delays and things like that to protect people. I mean, because what you should be doing with ProveX, in my opinion, is that you should be, trying to get people from all over crypto who don't care about Pulse Chain or Hex or us, don't know anything about us, but you want them to find us and be interested in us. And if step one is first you got to move your money to Ethereum, which maybe they don't even have money on Ethereum, right?
Yeah.
Then you go across the bridge, wait 30 minutes, right? Like that's already, like a pretty North Korean experience, right?
Compared to everything else.
Yeah. Whereas if step one can be, hey, I saw this, I heard about this ProveX thing. My buddy used it to transfer money to, his abuela back in Guatemala or whatever. I don't know what you people are going to use it for. Or hey, I heard about this ProveX thing because it's pumping a lot. How do I get it, right? You want the first thing to be, well, it's quite simple. It's right here, right? There you go. Sure. Now that you have it, you can use that to basically interact with the protocol and go buy Hex.
Well, shit. Couldn't you just use the actual protocol itself to just whatever chain you're on, you can just whoop, you just buy ProveX? I mean, you can do that too, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the way you would like it to be.
Sure.
Yeah. So you want it to be fast and easy, and ideally, like you shouldn't even have to think about it. But I think being on the other chains really helps market it as well, right? And what you should really want, if you want the price of Hex to go up, let's say, some people listening to this would like that to happen.
I'd imagine.
The way you want to see 2026 playing out is Richard has a big win with ProveX. Now, obviously, Dylan and I care about ProveX a lot, so we're biased, but nonetheless, you want to see Richard have a big win with ProveX. You want to see him back on YouTube bragging, saying, "Look at this amazing thing! I'm the greatest guy in crypto. This thing is awesome. This is real crypto. It's decentralized, permissionless, private. Lets you get your money from point A to point B. No more CEXs. CEXs, steal your coins and have absurd KYC processes that are they can be very arbitrary.
And the data gets leaked, and then your information's everywhere.
Your data gets leaked. It's just like it's not ideal all the time for everybody, right? CEXs, right? Full stop. They're they come with their own risks and problems, and that would be really cool, right? So basically, Richard's back doing that, and he's going, "Look, this is amazing. This thing that nobody's ever built anything like this before. It's a unique, first of its kind new thing. Awesome, right? Big success. Richard's able to brag about it, and he's able to basically say, "Look, we're basically vertically integrated now. We've got our own L1. We've got
our own DEX.
What's that?
Our own DEX.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess the DEX is part of that. But we've got our own L1, all the kind of key primitive apps that an L1 needs because they've been built by either him or the community. We've got time deposits on the blockchain with Hex, which is a very interesting brand with a lot of history and lore behind it. And we have a massive community, and we're open for business, right? Like that's where you want to be. At the end of this year, and there should hopefully be tens of thousands of new people, if Richard does things right, showing up going, "Hey, I need to find out more about what the fuck's going on over here," right? That's where you would like us to be, right? Where you're basically sitting fielding questions to, there's so many new users that you're basically like, your full-time job suddenly becomes bragging to new users about how you were on the website, and that they should kneel before you because you're an OG, right? Like that's where we would like to be in 365 days time, right? If we run the gauntlet well. Will we get there? I don't know, but that's what we should be shooting for. I think that's kind of what Richard is headed for. So we need to think about what we can do to basically help him get there. And I suspect we're going to have a bit of quiet for a little bit longer. That's my guess. But so I don't really expect Richard to come out all bushy-tailed and salesy for a while. But I do suspect that, you know, within about a year's time, you know, things are going to look a lot different in terms of Richard's outbound marketing, his demeanor, and his general approach to everything versus what it's looked like the past 2 years, where we've been sort of living in the hermit kingdom because of the SEC stuff and other things. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about all that. You know, and I think you know, like, it's time for us to basically, you know, get excited and start making moves again, getting organized as a community. I was very glad to speak at this thing today, Dylan, because, you know, it's like we need to do stuff like this as a community. You know, it's great that Maddie still does it, right? And we need to remind everybody to, you know, do what you can to let everybody, you know, get excited about whatever part of this, you know, chain or RH ecosystem or Hex or whatever that you're excited about, right? You know, you need to get you know, organized and, you know, figure out how to get people that are going to basically, you know, new people that are going to basically become, you know, new participants in the tent that is the RH ecosystem. I'll add one last thing. A lot of you guys seem to not really understand that these things aren't zero sum. You know, like Hex doesn't do, you know, badly because ProveX does well. That's not how things work in general, right? You know, these things are broadly going to move together over time, right? You know, through you know, in the beginning or in different periods, they can definitely you know, trend. They can definitely trend differently, but on average, right, which is what you care about when you're trying to think like an adult, you know, these things are going to be trending together throughout most of the time, right? Maybe not at the beginning, maybe not, you know, necessarily right this instant, but you know, they're all part of the same economy, right? So you know, you don't need to look at one thing that you own and say, I only like that thing because I own it, and I don't like that thing because I don't own it, right? Like, that's a bit silly. Like, I don't own any ink, all right? Like, I have 0 ink, right? Do I hate ink and love Hex? You know, no.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Like,
there's a lot of that goes on in the community. Like, you know,
yeah. I mean, a lot of people act like, yeah. Well, I don't know. This is like very low IQ tribal thinking.
Yeah, it's fun though.
Like, it doesn't actually matter, right? And what you really want is basically anything that's going to bring in more money from outside of the community. You know, that's going to get people excited. That, you know, haven't already tried it. Like, if we're all just sitting here, you know, looking at each other going, you know, you should buy, like, you know, I've got ink, Dylan, you should sell your Hex and buy ink. And then you look at me and go, no, I've got Hex, you should sell your ink, or sorry, you should do the opposite. Like, that's not really useful. Well, what we want to figure out is how do we get tens of thousands of new users to come, you know, play with us, right? That's what we need to figure out. How do we get more friends, Dylan? Yeah, that's kind of the key thing.
There's a couple books on that, you know. Maybe we should all read them.
Yeah. Well, you know, maybe there's a, you know, how to win friends and influence portion of SciVive that that we can get ChatGPT to rustle up for us. But yeah, we want to basically have tens of thousands of people, coming and playing with us. We want to have so many new YouTubers and young kids coming and discussing our stuff, that you guys don't even want to hear from me anymore. You only want to listen to the latest like Zoomer, idiot, who
Bucks
like
just
sells
crack nowadays. Just 6, 7.
What's that?
I said Bucks just crack nowadays.
Yeah.
6, 7.
Yeah, I mean that's great. That's what we want. But currently where we're at is it's only a relatively small group of people that really care and have been at this a long time and are interested in it, for financial reasons, for just social reasons. They like the community, they would like it to continue. There's definitely an element of that, right? But yeah, no, we need to basically bring in 100,000 new people. How do we get 100,000 people all over the world looking at our stuff, right? Well, looks to me like we're starting with a new product, that's hopefully going to connect us to the rest of blockchain, and hopefully it's going to have a nice chart, big beautiful chart, and people all over blockchain are going to start looking at it, hopefully. And I think that comes back to the cores and Hex. Once people join the community, get interested in it, you're going to see a bottom put into cores. If that ProveX launch is taken well, you're going to see a bottom put into cores, because people are going to go, oh, okay, we're back on track again. Things are happening, and Richard's getting active, and the community is getting active, right? You'll feel more confident. It's like when you sit at home and play video games and order pizza, you obviously start to get depressed and fat, right? But when you finally wake up one morning and you decide, I'm not gonna stay at home and smoke pot and eat pizza. I'm gonna go outside and go for a walk in the woods, right? Just taking those first few steps, in the woods, smelling the fresh air, realizing you've turned a corner, maybe not permanently, but at least for an instant, you suddenly start to feel a little bit of optimism, right? And that's that sort of feeling, will spread throughout the community, right? People will start to feel a little bit more optimism, like, oh, you know what, I think we're finally heading in the right direction. And I think that's where we need to get to. And obviously, I don't feel like we've taken that first step yet. Dylan, I don't know. What do you think?
Okay. Well, maybe ProveX is that first step, perhaps.
I mean, maybe it could be, but in terms of the animal spirits of the.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll tell you right now. I think the lowest sentiment that I have ever seen here, ever, is probably the past 2 weeks. My guess. It's
which actually surprises me. Honestly.
Why is that?
What are they upset about?
Probably just price. My guess.
I mean, the price has been down for a long time. Why are you worried about?
It's really down right now.
Yeah, but why are you worried about price? You've already basically gotten raked over the coals for the longest time, right? You have to just accept that. Yeah. That's the way it is, right? So like, what are you going to do about it going forward, right? Like, and as price goes down, right, you have the opportunity for price to go up more, right? If you think this thing has a viable chance of success, or something, if you see something improving, or a change, right? So like, when I have investments go poorly, I don't like sit around and complain about them. That doesn't help me. What does that do for you exactly, Dylan? What is complaining about your investments being down do that's useful?
Literally does.
No, I really want to know, because there's a lot of people in my chats that do this. They sit around and complain about, oh, my coin is down.
Maybe it's venting, perhaps, but
And then they go and blame some poor guy, who's also down a lot, and go, it's all this guy's fault because he's selling, right? I hear that one at least once a day, right? And it's like, that guy put $30 million into the PulseX, he's not happy, like it's not like he's winning here, like he lost a lot of money, right? Like, have some sympathy for your fellow down bad person, right? So I see that kind of stuff all the time, Dylan. Right? And yeah, I'd say the sentiment's been relatively terrible. Even in our ProveX Telegram, a lot of these guys just worry about everything. Is Richard going to squash our multiplier? Is Richard going to sack or not sack at the end? I hope a token comes soon. I really need a token to come soon. I hope it does this. I hope it does that. Everybody basically, like, rather than just being a little bit confident, I really worry about these people, because I know they're going to sell too early, basically. They're probably into thin liquidity. Probably to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's only a few winners in this game, right? So like, there's a lot of losers, and there's a couple winners. So
yeah. Well, and so, how do you be a winner? What's the key steps to being a winner, Dylan?
I'd say probably patience is probably a really good attribute to have in this. From what I've learned, at least, is just patience.
Patience is good. I guess that's different than being asleep at the switch.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like, if you're not paying attention.
Oh yeah. Being tuned in and seeing what's going on, and then just being patient, and then, like, having the data at your fingertips. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're at least monitoring things, so when they do turn around. I mean, from my perspective, I think you want to buy low and sell high.
Sure.
Right. I think that's the key thing to this game. You want to think about where things can be in the future, and not where they are presently, right? Or where they were in the past. Where they were in the past is really useless, right? That's not a useful thing to dwell on, right? You can learn things from history, but dwelling on the history of something is not necessarily going to be particularly useful in terms of predicting what's likely to happen in the future. Case in point, Hex did a 10,000x. Therefore, a whole bunch of people showed up and said, well, PulseX should do a 10,000x too, right? Didn't happen. Not only did it not do 10,000x, it failed to do 1,000x, right?
It'll do a lot less X's than that.
did not do 1000x. Right. So like, history, is not a reliable indicator of the future. Right. So we'll see what happens. But you need to be thinking about the future and what can happen and what's likely to happen, and kind of reassess regularly. But yeah, you don't want to be sitting on your couch, ruining the day and complaining that it's everything else is somebody else's fault, and it's all because of this guy selling, or it's all because of whatever conspiracy theory you have, chemtrails, whatever thing you're upset about. You just want to try and control the things you can control. One of the things you can control is when you enter, right? So
And when you exit.
and then when you exit, right? So buy low, sell high. Are things low right now? Gee, they look pretty low to me. I don't know. Can they go lower? Probably, but how much lower are we talking, really? Right? At some point, people refuse to sell at a loss. Right? They just go, I'll just die on this hill here. Right? It's already down so much that it doesn't even matter to me. Right? Like if it goes down more, whatever, it's basically a zero anyway. Right? So, people get people stop selling. They don't care about, being up or down 10% or 20%. So I think we're kind of already pretty close to that area. There's obviously still going to be sellers, but my point is that the kind of average person stops being a real threat. Right? And then you just need a catalyst in the other direction to give people a reason why, hey, this might be exciting. That can be what gets them to buy. So yeah, things are cheap. Can they go cheaper? Yeah. But on the other hand, what have we learned this week? We've learned, Richard's got a big old bag of ETH, or somebody, we presume to be Richard, has a big old bag of ETH. That person is moving steadily towards a launch related to ProveX. That person will is no doubt building this product because they have an intention to try to get glory again. Right? Yeah. What is the point of getting glory if you're not going to come out and be glorious?
Yeah, if you're not come out swinging.
If you're just going to sit in your basement and not talk to anybody or do anything, like, why be glorious? Right? I think the reason to be glorious is, a good reason to be glorious is so that you can, go out and say, hey, I don't know I don't even know who the biggest crypto influencers are at the moment. But hey, Ran, I'm glorious again. It's me, Richard Hart, and I've got something awesome.
I'm sure they'd love to talk to him. I mean, I think he offered.
Of course they would. And now he has something to talk about, besides, you're wanted by this person, and your coins are down really bad, right?
What? All the cool kids have been wanted at some point, so hey.
Yeah, I mean, the older I get, the more I'm kind of like on that side of things. Like I grew up in a world where like your biggest dread would be getting arrested because you'd have a record,
black stain on your
yeah, like just that was like oh, that's the worst thing that could happen to you possibly.
Mm.
You know, like being like a kid from a lily white suburb in America, right? Like, nobody was getting shot. Nobody was, like these sort of things um, aren't even imaginable. But like, yeah, somebody would get like arrested for shoplifting or drunk driving or something, and my mother would be, oh God, they got that arrest record forever. Now we live in a different world, it appears. Um, I think I asked the Telegram once. I said, like, what percentage of you have been under arrest at one point? And it was like 60% of them.
Wow. Yep.
So, yeah. So yeah, you're probably right. We're living in an outlaw world at the moment.
I know. When I say that, I'm not saying the general community. I'm saying a lot of the names in crypto have been arrested at some point or another.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know. I got
know what I
you.
mean? Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, yeah. No. I'd say we're living in a kind of an outlaw world, right? Like,
Yeah.
we have a president that got arrested. We have,
That's true.
all sorts of people. Martin Shkreli, Razzle Dazzle, Razzle Khan, and
Razzle Khan, yeah.
her boyfriend, CZ. I don't know, like the list is enormous, right? Like everybody, Arthur Hayes, everybody's been involved in something. Some people, were shittier than others, in my opinion.
Of course.
Mashinsky, old friend of Richard's. Some people were worse than others, but yeah, I think the stigma there really should have worn off by now. Like Richard didn't even do anything sneaky. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, he committed like some sort of fraud or, like lied about, something or, anything like that, right? Like he's accused of
pretty straightforward for years. Like, come on.
He's accused of basically doing exactly what he said he did and would do, right? Like, the question is like, are you allowed to do that, right? But he already proved in court that you can.
Yeah.
Apparently. So it's like, why is he the worst guy in crypto? Like why? Like honestly, like it's a little bit unfair.
Maybe we go back to that friend conversation. Maybe that's why.
Sorry, friend conversation. Like we need more friends.
As in, yeah, and being brass and abrasive. Maybe that doesn't. Help
Yeah, I mean, people love that stuff. Like
sure, yeah. I bet you asked.
What does Nick Fuentes do? What does every guy on YouTube?
You're not
like
wrong.
They all sit there and basically trash talk and like what does Trump do? Right.
Same shit. Yeah. Captures people in the middle of the night. Pretty base.
Yeah. So like what? I don't know. Like why aren't we better at? Why aren't we bigger? I'm not sure.
Great question.
Because it's not like Richard, did something especially terrible.
Yeah.
Like Razzle Dazzle Razzle Khan, she stole a whole bunch of people's money, and was spending it, to try to like increase her Instagram profile. Like what a useless endeavor that is. I don't know. Mashinsky, I think, straight up committed fraud. Right? Could be wrong about that, but like I think he's accused of that.
What did Mashinsky was the BlockFi guy, right? Or no?
Celsius.
Celsius. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, they technically did. They were leveraging up users' funds and stuff.
Like that's not good.
No.
That's really bad. Arthur Hayes was trading against his own clients. That's really bad. Do Kwon, I don't even know what he's charged with.
Yeah. I mean, basically ran a Ponzi.
Is that the charge? Okay. But CZ was funding terrorists. Everybody gives CZ a pass for some reason. Oh, and then there's Richard. He ran a sacrifice, for free speech to create Pulse Chain and PulseX. He told us exactly what he was doing, and we all knew ahead of time how it works and what it is and all this stuff. And we knew exactly what we were getting, right? And we all freely got together and participated. And that's proven in court that it's okay. And he's supposed to be the worst guy in crypto? I don't know. It's like, if he's the worst guy in crypto, then I guess there's a lot of really good people in crypto. And not that many villains. Because there's horrible, I would say there's horrible things happening every day, much more horrible than that. Has it worked out super well so far? No, it has not. Right? But that's investment, right? Sometimes investments don't work out, right? Sometimes the demand isn't there for the product that you think is going to be there. Sometimes, a war breaks out and, creates a force majeure in your contract, and, you go bankrupt, right? That's the way investment is, right? And that isn't strictly the founder's fault when that happens, right? Like when, when things don't necessarily work out, right? Like lots of people, pursue things all the time. They fail. They get the second one, the third one, the fourth one, whatever, right? And people admire those people. I don't think Sam Altman's first company is being used for anything, right? I know it got acquired for a relatively small amount of money, but the point is, he moved on to the next thing, and the next.
If you take all his money away, he could probably build something and make money again.
Yeah.
He's got that spark.
And that's what you should do. And will ProveX be a massive success? No guarantee. But you would like to see Richard have success, right? That would be good. That's good for the brand, guys.
I was going to make one of a point to what you were saying, but I can't remember what it was. It pertained to this. He's doing things that he can't control. So, whether or not you like it or not, but he can't control the sellers, obviously. That's a community thing. But he can't control the outbound messaging, which he's tried to do with the doodle pads. Okay. Community members have also tried to do that with the postcards and stuff. And then, maybe he's trying to do that outbound messaging again with the ProveX stuff, right? So, I mean, the guy's persistent. He's clearly not giving up. He's trying his pivots. He's trying to throw more darts at the board and see what sticks, from what I can gather. I mean, it's not like, because he could have pretty easily just rode off in the sunset and just fucked off, right? Because we almost thought that borderline months ago, oh yeah, he's not really doing anything. But we got 2 videos in the past month or whatever. That's pretty good. It's a good start. He's doing the marketing with the doodle pads, whether you like it or not. He's trying something.
He's clearly working. He's clearly, taking it seriously. You can tell the difference between, a Brock Pierce style exit in
Yeah.
this, right?
Exactly.
You know, he's not pursuing, I don't know, like watercolors or, you know,
Yeah.
you
Going to
know,
the
some
fireman or whatever the fuck it is in the desert, you know.
he's not going to Burning Man, and you know, like he's not like suddenly interested in philanthropy, you know, or like he's still in the zone very much, following crypto very closely, right? Yeah, like he knows all about all whatever is happening in crypto. Still very interested in the community, despite the fact that there's so many of you idiots that sit
Bully the
there
shit out of him.
and bully the shit out of them. Yeah, like who are you people? Like the guy's trying. The guy's trying. Let him try. You know, like I think if I were in his shoes, I'd be tempted to say, you know what, screw these guys. But you know, I'm glad he hasn't done that because I know a lot of you guys do care a lot, and you know, and yeah, he does seem to still care. And yeah, I think you know, you might as well just wait and see how this one plays out, right? You know, I feel pretty confident he's here to make some big moves, right? Like I don't know what exactly he's going to do. I don't know what he's got planned, but you know, you wouldn't start this if you weren't confident that you had a good chance of success, right? You wouldn't go. There's no point in going through all this again.
Yeah.
Just to have a similar result.
Especially for the pitiful amount that you raised as well.
Yeah.
Like, would it have been worth your time if it's just another fucking, shit show? No. Like, come on.
I mean, if you can raise another, $1 billion, then yeah, that's worth his effort, right?
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. But in this case, the only reason to do it is because you think this thing has a chance of doing something interesting from an ROI perspective. You know, what is interesting? Like, how much do things have to go up in order to get people's attention? Right? Like, I think that's kind of one of the questions you should ask yourself.
Yeah.
How much does Hex go up when this thing goes up a lot? You know, like I think to his question, what should it be paired to? Like it's probably going to be paired to Pulse. This goes up, Pulse goes up. Pulse goes up, Hex goes up, right? Like they're all kind of related. Yeah. To create real FOMO and bring in tens of thousands of new users, that should be the goal. I think that's kind of what we have to sit and wait for. I don't expect that soon. I don't expect that on day one, just to be clear. But I think that's where we want to be in a year's time. So, how do we get there? What's Richard got up his sleeve? Right. But I'm super excited about 2026. I think the setup here is, super interesting. We've got very cheap cores, might get cheaper still. But how much cheaper can they really get? Right. Eventually they'll be the last seller out.
Yeah.
And there'll only be people going, hey, I can pump this for not that much money. Wouldn't it be fun to, do that, And
I mean, shit. Remember when that guy did eHex, right?
Yeah.
He sneakily bought like 2 million and then he went live. He's like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of Asian whales. We're going to buy the shit out of this thing. Buy it up. And then, yeah, it's only a matter of time before shit like that starts happening again. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of at that level where that it's pretty easy to do it. yeah, I think Richard's basically, just gonna have a few more quiet days. But I think we're probably gonna get a new token sometime in. I'm gonna guess kind of March would be my guess. Dylan, I don't know.
I think it's gonna
Could
come pretty quick. Like,
could be a
I don't know.
month or
I got
it
the
could be
feeling that
it could be a month earlier. Like I think February is possible. But you want to dot your I's and cross your T's with these things.
sure.
But yeah, it may come relatively quickly. And yeah, we're fine with that too. But I think we'll likely see in a year's time a very different Richard than the one that we see currently. We're going to see a confident Richard with a new product, some new success, and hopefully we're going to have a whole lot of friends, and hopefully we're not going to be screaming at new people, scaring them away, acting stupid. We would like to bring in a whole bunch of new people, and bring their money with them, because ultimately that's who you need to basically find to buy. You need to grow the community, and that makes your real estate more valuable, not less valuable. And when you go to sell your real estate, you get more money for it, right? That's how this works, right? So we gotta try and bring in as many new people as possible, and get them excited about our future. Do people want to go to North Korea? No, right? They don't.
Not yet.
It doesn't sound like a nice place to live. But once you start building your thing into a Singapore, and things are and it's like, wow, this is actually really good, and like I like the community. They're fun. They speak English. They're real people. There's money to be made over here. There's interesting things happening, right? Once you get to
maybe a more relatable
yeah.
Metaphor would be in Detroit you see those pictures of the streets where it's just all abandoned houses.
Right.
I'm talking about. Like, you don't want to live there. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, let's get some gentrification going here, guys. Let's spruce it up a little bit, and then
You
all the rich.
want to be in the place where all the women stay at home and wear yoga pants because they don't have to work, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Is that Chris Rock? Somebody like that said this. I thought it was a pretty good.
Well,
one.
there was an interesting idea brought up just about an hour ago at the conference, that maybe we could send tablets to all the people in Greenland who are going to get $100,000 each from Trump.
I love it.
Hey, Buck, I'm moving to Greenland real quick. Okay, we should all go there.
We could actually have a big impact in Greenland because
the Great Migration, not into Hex, just in Greenland, and then
we should just go there and take over and name it Hexico,
right?
And declare loyalty to Donald Trump. That could be like, because there's probably about as many Greenlanders as there are like RH people, right? And they don't, and they probably don't have nearly as many guns as we do. So
oh yeah, that'll be easy conquest.
Yeah, you get a couple of Mexican rednecks up against a couple of Greenlanders. Like I think you could probably get them to surrender without even firing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'd be a good community outreach and effort.
Just taking over a whole fucking country.
If we just take over Greenland. But yeah, you can send them tablets too. I just like the idea of
right.
Of actually reaching Greenland to Hexico. That would be cool.
So yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of great ideas being discussed here at the 6th annual Hex conference. And for what it's worth, I want to give my 2 cents that I think when RH is asking on Twitter, like, what should the liquidity be? What should it be paired with? I think that's a real question. I don't think it's rhetorical. There was like this PLS planning committee that had like 75 people working in secret, and RH was literally asking for input because he wants to crowdsource the best ideas and make sure he's not missing anything. So is he smart enough to come up with these answers? Of course he is. But he also wants to include the community, whether that's just like creating more stakeholders, or whether I think there have been times where he actually did take the community's feedback, whether it was Dev Kyle doing a Monte Carlo simulation and saying, wait a second, this staking feature in Hex needs to be a little bit different, or whether it was other examples of Pulse Chain getting reworked by people giving input. So I would encourage everybody who has a brain between their shoulders to go give your great ideas on Twitter under that Richard Hart thread that he posted today. And make sure that we're getting the best ideas out there.
I will say, furthering on that point, I was in that chat, and when Richard basically said, "Hey, I want to launch this in 3 weeks," or a little bit before that, and he became more active because he like disappeared for a while. I told him about where Aave on testnet v2b was harvested, and I was like, "Hey, man, I don't think you harvested this on this testnet, and you should probably take a look at that." And so that was a direct like thing that I told him about, and he did it. So yeah. So furthering Maddie's point, it's probably not rhetorical. That's a good point you bring up, because I honestly thought that his Twitter question was rhetorical, but good point.
Yeah, I think getting the right ideas out there, like being part of this brain trust or whatever is a good thing. And I'm crossing my fingers that RH will drop a video tomorrow as a part of the 4th day of the Hex conference. I'm blocking off the last hour, as I typically do, for 9 p.m. Central Chicago time to see if he'll drop something. But we're gonna have a great program tomorrow. But before I go over what we're doing after today, I want to definitely thank Hex Sustain, Dylan, and Buckmentals for being on, and ask you guys if you could please plug where people can find more of your content.
Sure. You can find us in the ProveX Pool Telegram, t.me/ProveX Pool. There's a checker that is up. Go check your points. You don't really have to. It's not a rush, but go check. Okay. And you can find me on Twitter at @bb_trippin. And you can always find me on Telegram at Hexastani. So don't message Buck; he won't reply. Message me.
Awesome.
Buck?
Yeah, just to say thanks to Maddie for organizing this as always. Love doing this and appreciate it. And looking forward to the rest of 2026. It's going to be, I think, a very, very interesting year.
Well, I want to thank you guys as well for organizing the ProveX pool, and also for sponsoring the Hex conference last year. I really appreciate it. And looking forward to having you guys on in the future.
Thanks, Matty.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
So just wrapping up the conference from today, I want to thank all the speakers. We had an amazing lineup today. We had a lot of OGs, people who aren't streaming all the time. We had Hexologists, we had Cabana, Big Kurkowski, we had Aubrey de Grey, renowned scientist. And to start off the day, we had Crypto 7 and Johnny Chaos. I want to thank Switch.win and Brandon Davis for making a contribution to the conference that helps us pay the bills. We're still a little bit in the red. So if anybody if there's any whales out there swimming around, if you can make a 1K donation or something, that would really help out. The donation address is mati.eth and mati.pls. And a portion of that will go to our stage manager, who helps make this whole thing possible, Rachel Laub, also known as Fashion Coder, or Hey, it's Crypto Bestie. She has done an amazing job, and I really want to thank her for her volunteer efforts this time. Again, it wouldn't be possible to have such a well put together show if we didn't have a stage manager and somebody running the green room, getting the speakers all warmed up and everybody's camera and mic working well. So big shout out to Rachel for that. Tomorrow is going to be it's going to be the pinnacle of the 4-day conference. We've got Zenith doing a legal update in the first 20 minutes. And then Nerd Girl 007 will be spilling the tea for 40 minutes about the history of Hex and Pulse Chain. Then we're going to have a 4-person panel with Kareem, the Dream, Fast Abdul, Brissology, and Wendy's for Tendies will be reappearing. And then there's going to be a 9-person power panel with Axis Alive, Big Kirkowski, Crispy Man, Fast Abdul, Toby1 Hexobi, Whitney Magic, Giga the Mentor, Rachel Laub, and myself, Maddie Allen. And then we're hoping in the last hour of the conference that we get a recording or a video from Richard Hart. Holding our breath for that one. Hopefully it'll work. But anything you all can do, hit the like and subscribe button, share this out. It's the 6th annual Hex Conference. We just wrapped up day 3. And so thank you for being here. As always, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out. Till tomorrow.
Tell me what's next, bitch. About to get a check, bitch. All them other broke cryptos getting scammed like Exit. You know who the best is. Trying to invest, my suggestion. Go and get some Hex quick. Got me on my Hex shit. 4 cent, 5 cent, 6 cent. Tell me what's next, bitch. Got me on my Hex shit. 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent. Tell me what's next, bitch. About to get a check, bitch. All them other broke cryptos getting scammed like Exit. You know who the best is. Trying to invest, my suggestion. Go and get some Hex quick. Got me on my Hex shit. 4 cent, 5 cent, 6 cent. Tell me what's next, bitch.